Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the gym. Hopefully, you had a great weekend and doing well, enjoying yourself, having a nice work week so far. All that. It is Pokemon time. I took the day off yesterday to grind out my my YouTube video that I'm working on right now. I'm working on a video essay. I got a lot of work done on it, but still not as much as I would have liked to. These long form projects of mine, yeah. Man, yeah. You just get in the thick of them, and I'm like a perfectionist, and yeah, it's just stuff takes a long time. But anyways, I'm working on it. I would like to debut the video this Friday. That's the goal. So I'm going to be working on that more today and tomorrow and the next day. And I would like to get it out Friday. That's the dream. Now, had a lot of fun doing the Neopets TCG on Friday with Heather. That was awesome. It was a nice little break from our regularly scheduled content. It was awesome having all the Neopets developers and Upper Deck employees, in the chat, kind of hanging out, answering questions and things like that. That was freaking sick. It was really cool. I got word from them that they're going to send me a few more booster boxes, and that's awesome. I'm hyped about that. It's been a while since I've had a second TCG that sparked my interest. I did Kaijudo years and years ago. I did the whole Kaijudo hype thing. There was a while where every Pokemon player was like, I'm switching to Kaijudo, and then Kaijudo died. And then I did Keyforge a handful of years ago, and that was its whole thing. And I did Keyforge, and then then that game died. But now, Neopets. Let's freaking go. Oh, it just seems so fun. Natalie loves Neopets, and I have a lot of friends that love Neopets. So how fun is that? Very excited about it. We've got some great Pokemon content coming up this week as well. But first, I want to thank the subs getting the stream kicked off. Thank you, Lazaria, for that Prime sub. Kakashi with the sub and the 12 months. Yo, thank you so much for your continued support, the 1 year. And JD with the sub and the 2 years. Crazy. Thank you so much for that. Now, there's a lot to talk about today. Yeah, take a 3-day weekend, and now all of a sudden there's a lot of stuff to talk about. Yes, I mean, retro tournament that I'm going to be streaming in August. I've got some tabletop stuff that's coming up this week. Lots of cool stuff. Let's start off by talking about the retro tournament. You may notice that there is a link in the. Oh, let's get chat going. There's a command in the Twitch chat, !retro. I am going to be traveling to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to stream a 2-day doubleheader base fossil event, which is a really unique experience for me, a unique opportunity for me. Yes, Saturday is going to be base fossil. Sunday is going to be Prop 15.3. If you want to read more about the formats, you could check them out on Jason Klaczynski's blog. He's got a really nice rundown of what the formats are and what decks might be good to play and all that. But I'm going to be streaming both of them. Jason may be there. At least that's how I found out about this opportunity, is from talking with Jason, and Jason sounds very interested. So yeah, Jason may be there for sure. I can't guarantee it because he's his own man and does whatever he wants. But he did sound interested in going. So Thank you, Ketonomics, for that sub in the 13 months. Appreciate you. But it should be a lot of fun. I haven't gotten to produce like a whole retro tournament in a while. And this is a great, doubleheader opportunity to kind of dive into the retro community that's in Milwaukee already. I mean, there's like, they got like a solid little foundation of retro players out there in Milwaukee, maybe a dozen, 15. And then I was like, all right, well, if you guys are going to do a base fossil tournament, like, I can help make it bigger and then, make it more fun. Is it being streamed on this channel? Yes, I am producing it. Yes, I'm producing it. I'm streaming it on Tricky Jim. I'm commentating on location, all that. I'm flying out to Milwaukee this weekend just to produce this event. Yeah, it's going to be sick. I'm hyped. Honestly, I'm quite hyped. So it's it's just going to be fun for me, with no worlds going on this year. With no worlds going on this year for me, I've got time and energy to invest myself into other projects, and this is one of the other projects that I am embarking on. So anybody who's in the area or might be interested in some retro action, make sure to check this out. Let's see. Trying to get chat loaded. Give me a second to figure this out. It's really not being nice. Okay. Oh, don't do this. Yeah. Authorize. Copy. Paste login info. Okay. Here we go. Blammo. So yeah. Anyways, very excited about this. August 10th and 11th. Should be a lot of fun. Just a weekend. Doubleheader stream. I'm going to be streaming the Base Fossil and the Prop 15-3 events. I was originally thinking about just streaming the Base Fossil on Saturday and then playing in the Prop 15-3 on Sunday. But you know what? It's just such a unique opportunity for me to produce these events. And with possibility that, maybe Jason's there and lots of retro fans from all over making the trip out. It's just such a unique opportunity that I'm like, you know what? It would just be better for me to produce the event and share it with thousands of other people than to participate myself. As much as I really want to participate myself, like I really just want to play, but like it's a better opportunity for me to produce it. And it's a better, I think, service for the retro community for me to produce it. So I'm gonna just produce it. Now, I am going to produce some Base Fossil content leading up to this tournament stream that I'm doing in August. I've got one of our local league GLC players, Hunter, is somewhat of a Base Fossil fan himself. He's building his own Base Fossil decks and getting into the format. So I invited Hunter to feature on the stream Thursday with me. And Hunter and I are going to be streaming Base Fossil format this Thursday, tabletop. So I've got that going on. And, if that goes well, then I'll probably have Hunter back a few times between now and the tournament in Milwaukee. So, so that we can show off the format, get people familiar with the format. I feel like that would be a lot of fun, right? Like do kind of semi-regular Base Fossil content here on the channel between now and August 10th and 11th to kind of like build up knowledge and interest in the format. And then the weekend of August 10th and 11th, I'm going to be streaming the doubleheader tournament. So like that's kind of what we got going on here. Hunter's going to be coming in on Thursday. We're going to play base fossil. I'll probably have Hunter back a handful of times between now and then, just to get people familiar with the format. And then we're going to have the big tournament that I'm producing in Milwaukee. Fun. So we've got that going on. Registration is limited to about 60 seats, I think. So, you know, there is space, but space is limited. So if you're in the area or feel like making a trip out of it to participate in this very unique retro doubleheader event, make sure to sign up so that you can get your spot reserved, as there are only 60 seats. But if you can imagine, this is just the guaranteed pricing. I think pricing does ramp with guaranteed price support. Yeah. Store credit or 80% cash equivalent. Yeah. Oh, so you could choose whether you win the store credit or cash. Like you could pick. That's pretty high. And then and I think that the pricing does ramp with attendance, but it's guaranteed at least this much in pricing. So should be a lot of fun. Definitely make sure to check it out. It is a very unique doubleheader event, and we don't get this kind of stuff often as the retro community. So if you are interested, could be a very cool thing to do. So that is first on the agenda. Retro tournament. That's what the retro command is here in the Twitch chat. Thank you, Ketonomics, for the sub and the 13 months. Appreciate you. Got a lot of other things going on. If you've been on the X application over the weekend, then you've probably seen some rumors about the World Championship invite structure changing. Yeah. So yeah, there's the rumor of that. The rumor was pretty much started by Tate Weitzel, who runs PokeStats, who tweeted out that the invite structure, the world structure as we know it, is going to change. So like that pretty much lit a spark and everybody started talking because Tate runs PokeStats. People go to PokeStats for information, right? It's like kind of a website that gives Pokemon information. So if you run a website that's filled with Pokemon information and you claim to have more information, competitive Pokemon TCG journalism and statistics, right? So that's kind of like, Tate, who runs PokeStats, tweeted out that everything is changing and that there's going to be an announcement on June 28th, which is in 3 days. So, yeah, that is kind of the that's kind of everything right now, right? That is what everybody is talking about. But then, Tate is also the type of guy who is tweeting about his new Newport esports team, which is not, like real. So like, take it all with a grain of salt. Right? That's it is what it is. So that's the rumors going around, right? Is that the invite structure is changing. So the rumor is that the invite structure is no longer going to be a championship point threshold that needs to be hit in order to qualify for Worlds, and instead we are going to be going back to a top X players style invite system. What that means is the top, say, instead of inviting everybody with 600 championship points, instead, TPCI would invite everybody from the North America region who is in the top 100 players, something like that. They would invite the top 100 players from the North America region. They'd invite the top 100 players from the European region. They'd invite the top 100 players from the Latin American region, and things like that. If that sounds a lot more exclusive, that is by design. TPCI tried to make the World Championships more exclusive this year by raising the championship point threshold, but failed at doing so because they now have the largest World Championships they have ever had. From a logistics standpoint, think of it this way. TPCI needs to order all of the Worlds bags, needs to get the space, ahead of time. They have to know exactly how many people they expect to have at the tournament before they run it, right? It's an invite tournament. Like they can't just player cap it like they do a regional, right? They can't just player cap the World Championships. Like, it'd just be like, well, you didn't sign up. Like, no, because it's an invite system. So they have to make sure that they get as many invites as they want to get. So this year, they ended up having a much larger World Championships than they anticipated. So things are obviously going to change in response to that. And if you think about it, the way to guarantee that you have the amount of people that you expect to have at a large tournament like this is to do the top X system. Now, I'm not an opponent of the top X system. I think the top X system is totally fine. The World Championships is supposed to be a competition to see who the best players in the world are. And why not why not invite the top players from every region? I think that just makes sense. If you think about how the Olympics are run, or how other esports are run, or how Magic the Gathering is run, like this is like a system similar to Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering has a very small World Championships, very small. And I don't think that World Championships need to be 1,000 players. Do you think that the World Championships should be 1,000 players? That's like, that's a lot. It's a lot of players. 1,000 Masters players for a World Championship. So it's I think it's okay, and I think that I have been saying this. I've been saying this for years, that the Pokemon player base needs to get okay with the fact that not every competitive player is in a life position where going for a World Championship invite makes sense. It's like there are so many people who are just like invite or bust in the Pokemon community, and it's honestly nauseating. Like, why? Like, it doesn't have to be invite or bust. Like, if you play the game, it doesn't mean you have to be trying to compete to be world champion every single year. Maybe you're not in a position where it makes sense for you to compete to be world champion. Maybe you've got other stuff in your life going on that makes it so that trying to become a Pokemon world champion doesn't make sense. Me, for instance, I'm having my first child this year. I'm not going to try and become, Pokemon world champion while I'm raising my newborn child. Okay. And I'm also not going to do it next year and the following year either, because I'm going to focus on my family. That's what I'm doing. Right. I'm going to focus on that. And that's just where my priorities are. So that doesn't mean that I'm quitting the game. In fact, I'll still play. And I may still go to some regionals. And when I go to those regionals, I will try to win them. And I will do my best to win a trophy or a medal or prize money. And every tournament that I attend is an opportunity to accomplish something. I don't think that, you know, the fact that I'm not going to be on that grind set, right, where I'm sacrificing everything to try and get an invite to the World Championships. Like, dude, there's a World Championships every single year. Maybe build yourself up to like a special year where like you have the luxury and the opportunity to be able to compete on that level. But not every single year needs to be like that, right? Not every single year needs to be like that. I think there's this really kind of like ridiculous expectation in the Pokemon community that everybody needs to keep up with the Joneses, right? Like, oh, well, I see so-and-so kid or so-and-so player is traveling to every single international, and they're traveling to every single special event, and they're traveling to every single regional, and I got to do that because that's what competitive players do. No, okay? A lot of those people are insane. All right? are insane people, okay? You don't need to just copy paste what other people are doing with their lives, okay? Because they've got some sort of perceived Pokemon clout that you feel like you need. That doesn't need to be a thing, right? That doesn't need to be a thing. So everybody's got their own lives. Everybody's got their own priorities and their own things going on. But I think that the Pokemon life balance needs to be something that Pokemon players, you know, look at seriously. Like, yes, the World Championships may be harder to go to. That's okay. They are the World Championships. I don't know any other activity that players feel like they can just kind of like pick up randomly in their 20s, play for a year, and they're like, yeah, I want to be the best in the world at this. Is there any other activity that like you think you can casually stumble into being the best in the world at? Because I feel like a lot of Pokemon players really think that they should just be able to like, you know what? If I play for a year or two, I should just be able to like compete to be the best in the world at something. Like, no, you know, it should be freaking hard. Like really freaking hard. like anything else. Like nothing is easy to be the best in the world at. Nothing. Okay. And in fact, most people who compete to be the best in the world at something have to sacrifice everything in their lives to be able to do that, right? Most people, think about if you want to be the best soccer player in the world, how much do you think you have to sacrifice in order to accomplish that? If you want to be the best baseball player in the world, if you want to be the best quarterback in the world, if you want to be the best inline skater in the world, if you want to be the best skateboarder in the world, if you want to be the best at anything in the world, how much of your life do you need to sacrifice in order to accomplish that? And yet I think Pokemon players just want to be able to stumble into it. Like, what are you talking about? To me, it's just so insane. It's like the amount of, yeah, it's so nuts. People feel like they're owed an invite. It's insane. So, yeah, the World Championship invite might be really hard to get. That's fine. It's the World freaking Championships, right? You know, thank you, Coltrane, for that Prime sub. I think that, you know, for me, and I have maintained this. I've maintained this the entire time that I have played the Pokemon TCG. I've maintained this, that in any given year, I would rather top 8 a regional than get a World Championship invite. That to me is more prestigious. And it has been up until this point. I don't know. Maybe the World Championship invite gets a lot harder to get, and maybe my mind changes in the future. But as it is right now, I didn't get my World Championship invite this year, but I top 8 at a regional. And I'm way happy with my season. In fact, if I had not top 8 at a regional, but got my world championship invite, which is what I did last year, I feel better about this season than I did about last season. Last season, I had a whole bunch of top 16s, top 32s, didn't top 8 a regional, got my world championship invite, but no top 8s. And that felt bad to me. This year, I top 8 at a regional, and I feel a huge amount of success because I top 8 at another regional. That feels great, you know? And no, I didn't get a world championship invite, but I don't care. I still succeeded in a way, right? So, like, I don't think TPCI needs to change anything. They're going to do what they do in order to make the tournament structure make sense to them logistically. I think what needs to change is Pokemon players' minds. They need to be able to set goals for themselves, set realistic goals for themselves, and achieve them for the sake of achieving a goal, right? You know, not everybody needs a trophy. Not everybody needs, you know, a special reward or something. Just play for the love of the game. Play for your own sense of personal achievement. Now, triple threads, I think that's something that a lot of players bring up. And they say, like, there's nothing else to chase. Set your own goals. Set your own goals. I think anybody in this chat could chase a top 32 at a regional championships. Anybody in this chat could set that as a personal goal. And if that's too high of a personal goal for you, set your goal as winning a League Cup. Every single person here can set the goal as winning a League Cup, right? If you win a League Cup at Full Grip Games, you get like $300 store credit. That's a lot. I mean, like, that's freaking hype, dude. That's like really freaking hype. You're going to get hundreds of dollars of store credit if you win a League Cup here at Full Grip Games. You know, maybe your League Cups aren't as sick of that, but you get like the play mat and all that stuff. So win a League Cup. Chase that, right? Then maybe, you know, if you're at the point where you're winning League Cups, then try to top 32 a regional championship. That's $1,000. Are you going to feel a sense of accomplishment if you get $1,000 from a regional championship? Will you feel accomplished if you do that? I suspect that you will. So I think, like, if you're a kind of player who's already winning League Cups, then setting your next goalpost to top 32ing a regional championship is not like that far-fetched. And if you're not a player who's winning League Cups yet, then set your sights on that, right? So, like, to me, my one caveat, the one improvement that I think that TPCI should make on their regional championships and international championships is that I think that they should be producing promos. I think they should 100%, regionals should have promos, like exclusive promos that go to your top finishers. Why are there not exclusive promos? Like every other game does it. Printing cardboard literally costs TPCI nothing, like absolute, like actually nothing, right? All they got to do is print some like fancy cardboard and give it to like the top 64 finishers at a regional championship. You know, give them a nice exclusive print or a nice exclusive stamp or something like that, right? Make it so that when, frankly, the drop-off from top 32 regional championships to 33rd place where you get 18 booster packs, that drop-off feels really heinous. But I don't think that you need to pay top 64 finishers like $500. I mean, maybe, but I don't think it's totally necessary. But if there was like a promo involved, then all of a sudden, right? Like what if top 64 finishers got like a fancy promo that said top 64, blam, right? Something like that. And then top 32 finishers got, you know, at least top 64 should at least be a booster box and like a promo, right? I don't even think it needs to be cash, but like something, right? And again, it's like the thing that the promos do is that they allow people to have that personal sense of accomplishment with a tangible. And the tangibles do so much for making people feel accomplished. You don't need to give people another like invite tournament that's like less than Worlds or something like that. Like that, I do not care about, and I do not think that they should do it. It's way more money to produce. It's another logistical tournament to add into the thing. It's like Worlds Light, you know, like what's actually happening here? I don't know. To me, making like a diet Worlds for everybody who couldn't qualify for Worlds, that doesn't make any sense, and I think that that's not a great idea. But I do think that players should get promos for these regional championships. I think that there should certainly be a top 32 stamp promo. There should certainly be, my world championship promos that I have are some of my most prized possessions. I mean, I keep them up on my shelf or whatever. I've got a double colorless energy. From the time that I top 8'd NAIC, it's one of these. I've got a double colorless promo from the time that I top 8'd, and it's literally this card. It's reverse holo, and it says top 8 in the corner. That's it. It's that easy, really. Thank you, JR, for the sub and the 63 months. Appreciate it. It wasn't hard to do, but it's one of my most prized possessions. I got it up on my shelf, and it reminds me of the time that I top 8'd NAIC. That's like a big accomplishment for me. That feels good, right? And even though I didn't win a trophy, I did finish top 8 at NAIC. So, like, that was super hype. And I got a little card, and I keep it in a little stand, and it's up on my shelf, right? That's cool. Honestly, I don't remember any of the other crap that I got for that, okay? Mostly because I sold it all. But I also sold the DCE because I didn't realize how much it was going to mean to me at the time, and I was broke. So I sold the DCE for like $20. And then a few years later, I got really sad that I did that. So I ended up getting one back. Jameson, who owns Full Grip, actually ended up buying one in a collection and gave it to me. So that was very kind of him because the card is quite expensive now. But these little promos, what I'm trying to say is the promos go a long way, right? I didn't get a trophy for finishing top 32 at the World Championships this past year. I didn't get a trophy when I finished 9th place, bubbling out of top 8 of the 2015 World Championships. But I did get a promo. And keeping that around gives you a little memento of the thing that you were able to do. And you should feel proud of a top 16 finish at a regional championship. You should feel proud of a top 32 finish at a regional championship. Yeah, this hat. Oh, yeah, this hat. Heck yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. The little things, they go a long way. They go a real long way. So Pokemon should absolutely just do a few more little things. They don't need to create a whole new tournament and a whole new invite, whatever. All they really need to do is give us a little bit more cardboard that has a special stamp on it. They're already doing it for judges. They've started cranking out like exclusive professor program stuff for the professors to make them feel, loved and appreciated, right? So just do the same thing for your players, right? Just give them a little stamp, little memento, make them feel accomplished, and that would really, I think, it would kind of alleviate everything. The next point that I want to make in this rant, one of players' biggest complaints is that they feel like they've got nothing to compete for. If they're not competing for the World Championships, that they've got nothing to compete for. On the tag team podcast last night, JW Riley and I had a really good discussion about the idea of incentivizing organized play and things like that. And honestly, I almost don't get, like, what do you mean you don't have anything to compete for? Can't you just go to a local and like compete for store credit? Isn't that a rewarding thing to do? But I've realized that a lot of people's locals suck, okay? A lot of people's local tournaments are not well organized, they are not well structured, and they do not incentivize players to compete. And that, in my mind, is not a problem with TPCI, but is a problem with local game store culture. And specifically when it comes to the Pokemon TCG, because in Magic the Gathering, it's just assumed that every store is hosting an event where they pay out store credit to top finishers. That's just the Magic the Gathering model from what I understand. Now, Full Grip Games started as a Magic the Gathering store. So we just kind of took everything that we did for Magic the Gathering and ported it into Pokemon, which means that all of our league tournaments pay out 100% of store entry in store credit. And in my mind, every single local should be doing this. Every single local. Does Full Grip compensate their judge staff? Their judge staff are their employees. So I guess like that's one leg up that Full Grip has over a lot of local game stores, is we actually employ judges. So they are literally working. So yes, they're being paid while they're working the events because they literally work at the store. But when we hire outside event staff, we do pay them. Yes, we do. In actual money. Yes, we do. So like when we hosted our 5Ks and our 10Ks, we paid judges. Yes, of course. Of course we pay judges. Yes. But for our weekly leagues, we don't have to compensate an extra judge because we have employees who are judges who work at the shop, right? And that's their job. So every single game store should be paying out in-store credit. They should not be giving out booster packs, forcing players to basically buy booster packs, right? So yeah, Jordan said that his local store basically stops giving out store credit and all of that. And the way that it works is that players come into the store, right? They sign up for an event. Maybe sign up is $10. If you have 20 players sign up for a league event, that's $200 in the prize pool. Now, if a store has to pay a judge, then obviously they should pay the judge out of some of that entry, and then everything else should go to the players. If you're a store like Full Grip Games, where you have staff that are judges, and I highly recommend that every game store have staff that are also qualified judges in the games that they run tournaments for, but I understand that many game stores don't do that, but they should, okay? They should. You're basically, every single league is an opportunity to turn cash into store credit, which is basically like somebody walking into Target, handing the Target employee $100 and getting back a Target gift card. It is a win for the game store. If you're just turning cash into store credit, that is a win for the game store. You're essentially selling product. All you have to do is run a tournament, right? So game stores should be designed so that running tournaments is as easy for them to do as possible, because tournaments just turn cash into store credit. And every time you turn cash into store credit, your store is making money. You're also making money for the fact that you're creating an event that people want to play in, and that draws them to your store to want to shop. It's not rocket science. I just don't, it makes me want to pull my hair out thinking about stores just kind of like taking money from players and not giving them a nice incentive to want to play in their local events. So yeah. Anyways, if more local game stores adopted this structure where you take cash entry and pay it out in store credit, then players cannot say that they don't have anything to compete for. Heck, if I want to, I can go to my local league on Wednesday. I can pay $10 to enter my league tournament. And if I win, I'm probably getting close to $100 in store credit. That's something to pay. That's something that makes me feel good, right? That makes me feel good. That makes me want to play, right? Every Wednesday, you can go to Full Grip every Wednesday and compete for hundreds of dollars in store credit. Is that something we do now? I play in GLC. So GLC is half the cost. GLC is only $5 entry, but I do that every Thursday. Yes. So like if we have 15 players for GLC, that means that we have $75 in the pool, right? And it splits down, first place will get like $40, which still feels great. If you win GLC League, you get $40. You get second place, it's like $30. And then usually it's like 40, 20, and 10, 10 or something like that, right? $30 for first, whatever. But that's because GLC is only $5 entry, so it has a lower payout, right? But if you go to standard is $10 entry. So it's like double the payout. And if you're consistently top fouring your locals with a store credit payout system like that, you are going to feel rewarded. In fact, when I playing at my local league is so rewarding that I don't even feel like I have to go to official events. I don't feel like I have to go to major events. I get my competitive itch scratched here at Full Grip. Just going and hustling store credit feels good. That's fun, dude. It's fun for real. And it's I don't have to pay for a hotel. I don't have to fly out to a random city somewhere. I don't have to spend all this overhead money. It's just a few hours on a Wednesday night or a few hours on a Thursday night, and I can stack up store credit and then buy the cards that I want with my winnings over, weeks of playing. So do you see how that model could be really rewarding for players to participate in, right? It's no wonder Pokemon players feel like they need Daddy TPCI to give them something, because the local game stores are not stepping up to the plate and not offering players something that feels rewarding to participate in. But our local players don't feel that way. Full Grip's local players don't feel that way, because Full Grip is an awesome store where people love to participate in their locals. And really, a lot of our locals maybe will go to one regional a year. I think all of our GLC locals went to one regional a year. Some of our standard locals are more they'll go to a few regionals a year, but mostly just grinding standard at the shop. And they're kind of doing exactly what I'm saying. They're doing they'll grind locals week in, week out, and then they'll go to a regional. And I've got a bunch of players that are going to standard who are hyping each other up, gassing each other up, and just trying to day two their first regional, right? And that's where they're at competitively. And they're yeah, if we could just, we get to a point where we could day two our first regional, that would be a huge sense of accomplishment. And that's what I'm talking about. Players just need to set their own goalposts and try to achieve those goals together with their friends and their local league mates and things like that. And that will be an incredibly rewarding and enriching experience for you. I promise that. Okay? I promise that. Now, if you are sacrificing everything, ditching every other responsibility you have to fly out to every regional championship and every international championship, and you've accumulated a bunch of top 256 placements, and you don't finish in the top 100 players, and you miss your world invite, yeah, you're going to feel bad. But you're going to feel really bad doing that. But that's because you weren't at a place where you were finishing high enough at regional championships to earn an invite to the world championships. But you tried to brute force it by paying your way through, and then it failed. So what I would say to that player who spent all their time and all their weekends going to tournaments and failed the world championship invite is get back in the lab, keep practicing, maybe dial down your expectations and set realistic goalposts, right? Set realistic goalposts for yourself, right? If you haven't top 32 to regional championship yet, but you expect to make the world championship invite, I don't know what to tell you, right? Thank you, Slade, for that sub in the 41 months. Appreciate you. Yeah, if you're not consistently top 32ing regional championships, if you're not consistently top 8ing regional championships, then how are you expecting to be a world champion competitor? You know, if you're not consistently finishing in the top 32, top 8 of regional championships, then why do you think that you should be able to compete to be one of the top players in the world? Like, if I'm just being honest. Shouldn't you have to finish in the top, like, cut of a regional in order to then get to compete to be in the top of the world? So, there needs to be, and I didn't get my world championship invite this year. I didn't necessarily go for it, you know. It's okay. And it's okay. It's okay. In fact, in 2022, I top 8'd 2 regional championships that year and didn't get my world's invite. I top 8'd 2 regional championships in 2022 and did not get my world championship invite. Because I didn't go to any locals before the and a top 16. I top 8'd 2 regionals and top 16'd another. I just didn't grind hard enough, you know? I didn't go to enough locals. I didn't patch up the invite, you know, pre-COVID. I didn't do all that stuff. I didn't go to enough internationals. And that's okay. What I'm saying is that's okay. I'm still incredibly proud of that season. Top 8'ing 2 regionals in a single season. That was really hype. That was really cool, right? This year, I didn't get my world's invite, but I top 8'd a regional championship. I feel incredibly proud of that. I won the 2006 Retro Side event at Indy. I'm incredibly proud of that, right? That was a fun little thing that I got to do this year. And how cool was that, right? There are things to be proud of and to feel accomplished about that do not involve being invited to the World Championships. I don't know how much I need to absolutely bludgeon that through the player base's heads. There's a lot to be proud of and to be hype about outside of a World Championship invite in the Pokemon TCG. And in fact, you could be a very valid and accomplished player who is not going for your World's invite on any given year. All right. So, yeah, that's my shtick. That's my shtick. Now, this actually is pretty cool because, I mean, Full Grip is going to be starting their own kind of circuit series. Yeah, I mean, we're creating a literal tournament hall directly underneath me right now that's going to be able to host hundreds of players and massive, $10,000 cash tournaments and things like that. So, maybe having card shops like Full Grip step up to the plate to give players something else to chase is going to help fill the gaps. Maybe that's going to help fill the gaps for some players, give them something to feel proud of and chase that's, not necessarily as rigorous as the World Championship grind. Maybe so, but that's something the Full Grip is going to be doing. We're going to be hosting double headers that are like standard in GLC cash double header events. We're going to be doing all of that. We're going to have, the goal is to have a circuit system with an invite, but unlike ARG and unlike there's a magic event. There's a magic company that did it too, but I forget. Unlike ARG, all our events are going to be at Full Grip Games. I mean, we're like investing $500,000 Star City Games, right? Unlike ARG and unlike Star City Games, we're going to be hosting all of our events in-house. So we're investing $500,000 into a professional tournament hall with a stage and a production studio and all of that. So you can bet you, yeah, we're hosting all the events here. So that's going to be coming up in the upcoming year. That should be real and happening on set release weekends in the coming year. And that's the goal, is to do these tournaments, to do these huge double headers on set release weekends, so that they can kind of be these special set release events that players can get hyped for, win cash at, and all that. And yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Those are my takes. I've never seen another activity where players feel like they can just hop in and become the best in the world at something. But there is that kind of entitlement, I think. If say I started doing throwing darts, right? Say I started throwing darts like this week. Would I expect to all of a sudden be able to become one of the best dart throwers in the world? Like, probably not. In fact, I'd probably have to sacrifice a whole lot in order to do that. In fact, I'd probably have to sacrifice years of my life in order to do that. Think of it that way. It's okay to not be competing to be the best in the world at Pokemon every single year. You realize there's only one player who is qualified for every single Worlds. You guys know that, right? There is only one player who is qualified for every single Worlds. And one of the years that Jason Klaczynski won the World Championships, he did not qualify for Worlds the traditional way. Let that sink in, all right? That's one of the best players in the world right there. I'd argue the best player in the world. Didn't have a world invite except for his shot at the last chance qualifier, which is something they used to do. Yeah, Jason went through the grinder in 2013. There's a non-traditional way? Yes, grinding in. There used to be a single elimination tournament held at the World Championships where they would bring like 4 players. Thank you, Shady, for the sub and the 56 months. Appreciate it. Basically, think about it this way. Basically, what Jason did is like equivalent to being like, I don't have my Worlds invite. I'm going to fly out to the last regional championships before the season ends and win it so that I get my invite that way, right? Basically, he's like, yep, I'm going to just do the thing that gets you the auto invite instead of grinding for it. And did, right? But you have to commit. You have to like go, like back then, you used to have to fly out to the World Championships and show up, you know, and the grinder was like the day before Worlds. So you didn't know if you were going to be able to play in Worlds unless you were one of the couple of people who survived the single elim grinder, which is just insane. You know, thank you, Shady. Thank you, Slade, for the sub. Thank you, JR, Slade, Shady, and Mr. Incredible. Appreciate it. But yes, you know, and this is the way it is, not just in trading card games, not just in competition, but this is the way it is in life. You know? Set your own realistic goalposts and try to accomplish something with your friends for just a sense of self-improvement. That's where your minds and your heads need to be in order for you to not want to spiral doing a competitive game like this. So that's where you need to be mentally. If you're not there mentally and you're not just setting your own realistic goals and trying to accomplish them, you know, your own realistic goalposts, right? Then you're just going to spiral and you're going to want to quit, right? You're going to get burnt out. It's just what it is. So it's tough to be the best in the world at something. And in fact, most people that get to compete to be the best in the world at something are privileged in one way or another. And that's just the way it is. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way that everything is, right? You have to have enough privilege to be able to compete. You know, there are really cool situations and things that I've heard about. One of my favorite skateboarders right now, Cordano, that's it. Cordano. Yeah. Cordano, dude, is insane. Now, Cordano Russell is this like absolutely gnarly skateboarder. He's got like a really cool feature on Thrasher right now. Yes, right here. He's got this really cool feature on Thrasher. If you want to watch something inspiring, if you want to get yourself feeling inspired, watch this video. 25 minutes. Thank you, Scientist MJB, for that sub. I appreciate it. He is an up-and-coming skateboarder who is like, you know, getting into the professional ranks and starting to compete at the competition level and trying to like qualify for the Olympics and all of that. And he's got a very modest, humble living with his family. His family's incredibly supportive of him, but a lot of how he pays to travel and compete in these tournaments is that his church supports him. And it's this really incredible story of like the community kind of like lifting him up to participate and let his talents shine and be shown to the world, right? Because he's put in the work. He's put in the work with his family, with his dad. His dad's incredibly supportive. He's put in the work to become this incredible skateboarder, and now his church is helping to foot the bill to fly him out to these tournaments to be able to show the world how good he really is, right? Thank you, Poopsie, for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. But notice the order of operations. He wasn't flying all over the world to compete before he got to this level. He got to that level as a child, as a kid, as a teenager, working his butt off day in, day out. He got to that level where he could compete to be the best. And then he figured out how to pay for it, right? Thank you, Bobby McHugh, for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. He put in the work first, and then he started traveling. I think a lot of Pokemon players, they just want to... He's huge, dude. He's freaking huge. He's a beast, bro. He is a beast. 240 pounds, 6'4", bro. This kid, I'm telling you, watch this. Watch this, bro. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And he's got his dad, like, I'm getting chills just thinking about it, but his dad was like his cameraman growing up and would drive him around to spots and like cheer him on. Oh my God. It's so inspiring. It's so inspiring, dude. Yeah, it's really cool. But you have to put in the work first. Put in the work first. Get to a point where you're one of the best, right? And then figure out how to compete. Go to your local regional championships. I think that my hope for the top X format, right? If the world championship structure goes to like a top X get invited, I hope that TPCI makes it so that your regional best finish limit is like 3. My dream would be if the regional best finish limit was 3 and your IC best finish limit was 1. The reason why that's my dream is because you are truthfully getting the best players. You're not getting just the players who could afford to travel the most, though some players will try to brute force their way in by rolling the dice more often. But you could theoretically have somebody who gets a world championship invite by just being freaking good, right? Yeah. Like if you go to 3 regionals and 1 Nats and you're a freaking GOAT, then you'll get an invite. If you're good enough, you'll get it. So that's what my dream is, that it's a best finish limit of 3 for regionals, 1 for ICs. I don't think they'll do that, but doesn't that mean that those who go to every regional still have a much better odds than those who don't? There's no way to stop that. There's no way to stop that. But you still, at the end of the day, have to perform the best. So what I'm saying is someone who, an invite system like that allows someone who cannot afford to travel to 10 regionals and cannot afford to travel to all 3 internationals could still theoretically qualify. With the best finish limits that are in place right now, it is actually impossible to qualify if you only go to 3 regionals and 1 Nats. Like, it's actually impossible. I don't think that it's possible. You'd have to literally win them all. And then you still might not. Like, I guess you get the auto invite at a regional, but like, so what lowering the best finish limits allows is it allows for a player who's just truly goated to just freaking knock their events out of the park, right? Like if you're truly goated and you go to 3 regionals and you top 8 2 and you top 16 another, and then you go to Nats and you top 32 Nats, like, yeah, you should get a Worlds invite, right? Thank you, Gabe, for the raid of 33. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. We're just talking about potential world invite structure. Like, yeah, so what I just said is I said that if they go to a top X system, regional best finish limit should be 3, nationals best finish limit should be 1. Period. Make it so that truly the best players get to go, right? I do think that it would be cool that they definitely need to lower the best finish limits if they're doing a top X system. And that's for sure. Absolutely. But I do think that they should also auto invite top 4 regional winners or top 4 regional finishers. And the reason I think that they should do that is because you are still working on a very fixed number of players, right? It should be top X plus a handful more guaranteed invites. Top 4 regional finishers, top X players. That's cool. Gabe says, I've spoken to a lot of casual players, and many are saying that they would feel demoralized without a chance to get their invite if they made it harder. Yeah, I don't really care about that. I've spent like the first few hours of the stream, first hour or so of the stream, saying that like you need to be able to, as a competitor, set personal goals for yourself that are realistically obtainable. And a lot of people in the Pokemon community feel like, you know, they should just casually be able to compete to be the best in the game at something. And that's just not the way the world works. If you want to be the best in the world at baseball, how hard is that? How much do you have to sacrifice? How good do you have to be? If you want to be the best in the world at soccer, how hard is that? How hard is that? How much do you have to sacrifice to make that work? How good do you have to be? The fact that Pokemon players expect to be able to kind of casually waltz into a Worlds invite is kind of insane to me, and also extremely entitled, right? So I think that Pokemon players need to kind of get over that, and they need to get to a point where they are setting realistic expectations and goals for themselves. If a player is at a point where they're not winning League Cups yet, then set that goalpost at winning a League Cup. Try to win a League Cup. If you're a player who's winning League Cups, then set your next goalpost at day 2ing a regional championship. If you're a player who's day 2ing regional championships but not doing anything else, set that goalpost at top 32ing a regional championship. Try to get that $1,000 from a regional championship, right? If you're a player who's finished in the top 32 of some regional championships, set that goalpost at a top 8, baby, right? Like, it's not that hard. It's not that crazy. My only tweak to the formula that I think that TPCI needs to do is they need to give out stamped promos to make people feel more accomplished, right? I mean, and a little bit of cardboard just goes such a long way. A little bit of cardboard goes such a long way. Give players a top 32 stamp promo for finishing the top 32 of a regional championship. Give players a top 16 stamp promo if they finish in the top 16. Yeah. Top 128 stamped Explorer's Guidance. Sure, right? The thing is that the promos are so easy for TPCI to produce. They're so free. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, they cost almost nothing. And all you need to do is just hand them suckers out, and people feel a lot more accomplished about their experience, right? The 18 booster packs for top 64 to regional championships, ridiculous. At least make it a booster box. If you got a booster box and an exclusive promo for finishing top 64 to regional, that would be it would be a lot less bad than 18 booster packs and a kick out the door. So it is what it is. Pokemon players, they need to adjust their perspective. Check your perspective, bruh. Check your perspective. You know, I'm someone who's been competing in sporting events for a long time, dude. Like, man, I was a runner for like a decade, you know? A runner. Like, literally, as a runner, if you don't run the qualifying time, you do not make it to the event. You do not make it to nationals if you do not run the qualifying time. That's just what it is. Cut and dry. Get good, nerd. That's what it is, bro. As a runner, you're not like guaranteed anything, man. So it's like, I feel like Pokemon players are just filled with entitlement. They're filled with it. Absolutely filled with it. Like, dude, you're competing to be the best in the world. World's not just some party, okay? It's like it's a world championship. It is the Pokemon Olympics, okay? The thing is, and this is the crazy thing, is that Pokemon players have already revealed their hand of how entitled they are because they were complaining about this year's World Championship invite. And now if TPCI makes it harder, they were already mad. They wanted it to be easier than this. And this is the biggest Worlds there's ever been. Pokemon can't have that. From a logistics standpoint, they can't have that. Okay? They can't just keep having the biggest World Championships ever every year. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So what that means is as the player base grows in size, Worlds will become more exclusive. Worlds does not grow in proportion to the size of the player base. That's not how it works. Okay? As the player base grows, a smaller percentage of that player base will get to go to the World Championships. That's how it works, okay? Because Worlds has to be a functional size. Thank you, Yotam, for the sub and the 35 months. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. So, yeah. It's people are like, oh, well, it's the big, we have more players than we've ever had. So, of course, we have the biggest Worlds we've ever had. Like, no. Worlds is going to be X size, right? It's going to be X size. It's just going to get harder to get into. Like, imagine if the amount of runners in the world doubled. And the amount of people that wanted to be competitive runners, like, doubled. Then you would imagine that the qualification times would get harsher because you have more people competing. So then the qualification times would get more difficult to hit because there are more runners than there used to be and more people hitting close to the time. So we got to make the times a little bit to keep because we could only have so many people running on the track at the same time. But yeah. I think there just needs to kind of be this, and honestly, I've been talking about this for a long time on stream. This is not the first time. You could tell that this impassioned rant is not just coming out of nowhere. This is stuff that I've been feeling for years and years and years and years, and finally it's coming to a head. And it needs to be said. Pokemon players need to get over the fact that everybody needs to qualify for Worlds. It's not true. I didn't qualify for Worlds in 2022. I top 8'd 2 regionals that year. Okay, that season. I top 8'd 2 regionals. I got 9th or 10th at another. I top 8'd a regional this year. I didn't qualify for Worlds. It's okay. Okay, it's okay. You can do it. All right, you can do it. You can be a good player who doesn't try to qualify for Worlds every year. You can do it. All right? You can do it. I promise. You can do it. You can be a good player who doesn't try to qualify for Worlds every year. It's okay. It's okay. You're going to be okay. I think that it could be a situation where it gets worse before it gets better. And that's also okay. If here's the thing, is like Twitter is like is just like the most vocal minority being a loud echo chamber, of bad takes. That's just what Twitter is. Thank you, Connor, for the sub. Say you lose 10% of seats in chairs. Say you lose 10% of seats in chairs, this next season because of the change in the World Championship structure. That's okay. You'll gain that back. But the change had to happen, okay? The change had to happen. It was unsustainable. Our World's model right now is unsustainable. It's unsustainable. It's incredibly unsustainable. You know all those cool stuff you got at the World Championship last year? Pokemon's got to order that crap like a year ahead of time. They got to be, you know what I mean? They got to put that order in. They got to, everything is custom at the World Championships. Your badge, you know, your bag, all that stuff. Okay? That stuff needs to be planned in advance. They can't be having the number of world qualifiers roll in July and then ship the event in August. That is not a thing that is sustainable. You guys understand how that's not sustainable, really? Because of the way the World Championships is, they have to have an idea of a firm idea of what their total is going to be for an event that large, of that scale, right? So, it was always going to have to be this way. In fact, and this is all speculation, of course, but I mean, Pokemon's invite system used to be way worse. All right. The championship point invite structure has only existed since what, 2014? So for about a decade. But I'm pretty sure in like 2013 and earlier, there was like an ELO system. The reason why regional championships work is because you could just put a cap on regional championships. You can't put a cap on the world championship, right? Because everybody who earned the invite has to be able to be invited. You can't be like, oh, well, only the first 800 invites get it. Wouldn't that be terrible? Of course, the ELO system was bad. What I'm saying is that this will probably be an upgrade on the ELO system. And what Pokemon will probably do is they'll probably just adopt the same exact system for Magic the Gathering, right? Because that's what we do with all our other stuff. We just take it from a game that works, right? Yeah, scientist says Top X is going to go over way better than if they up the CP to like 800. I think that on the podcast last night, I think it was JW O'Reilly said that like when they announced that it's Top X, we're going to see some extremely self-destructive behavior in the Pokemon community. He's like, dude, imagine all the sickos, you know, flying out to every single event thinking that they're going to... You know, imagine watching all the sickos flying out to every single event, every single international, every single regional, every single special event, right? And engaging in extremely self-destructive behavior. Did I ever drop from events to hold ELO back in the day? Gabe, I didn't start going for my World Championship qualification until the championship point system existed. My first ever year that I was trying for a World's Invite was 2014, and I didn't get it. And then 2015, I got my first World's Invite. Thank you, MPY TCG, for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. But yeah, and I think that, and this is what I would have to say, that if you're someone who's flying out to every single event, every single internationals, and you still don't finish top 100 or top whatever that is required to get into Worlds, and you feel bad about that, I'm just saying that you need to go back in the lab and you need to get your skills to a point where that kind of investment is more guaranteed to pay off, right? You need to go get better, right? You're trying to brute force your way into a World Championship invite, which Pokemon has more or less kind of allowed in these last couple years. They have more or less enabled brute forcing into World Championship invites, but that might not be a thing that you can do as easily anymore. So, Japan was my 6th. Yeah, I qualified in In 2014, I was a little bit short of my Worlds invite, and then I qualified in 2015, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then the 2021 ended up becoming the 2022 one, and that's the one that I top 8'd 2 regionals and top 16 another, and still didn't get my qualification. And then in 2023, I qualified, so 6. Yeah, 6 Worlds invites. And that's cool. I feel very at peace with that. I may never chase another Worlds invite again, and I am very at peace with that. I'm very okay with that. And I don't think, and for me, like, that does not impact my ability to compete at all. That does not impact my ability to be a competitor who strives to be their best, right? That does not impact my ability to be proud of the accomplishments that I do get if I'm not chasing a Worlds invite. Like, for the foreseeable future, I'm not chasing a Worlds invite, but I'm still going to be a competitor who tries to do well at events. In fact, I decided I was no longer chasing my Worlds invite, and then I top 8'd Indy. So, yeah, I'm still going to be out here swinging for the fences. But what I'm giving up on is the grind. I'm not trying to grind my way into a Worlds invite anymore. I'm cool on that. I'm just going to the events that make sense with my priorities and my schedule. And, I'm for the foreseeable future, I am not going to be making those sacrifices. Right? I'm not going to be making those sacrifices to earn an invite to the World Championships every year going forward. Because I've got a family, I've got other priorities in my life and things that I want to give my heart and soul to, right? And that's okay. Now, as I said earlier, my hope is that with a top X system, I hope that they also extend automatic World Championship invites to top 4 regional finishers and not just the winners. And then I think that they would have a pretty perfect system, honestly. Thank you, Marco Spector, for that sub. That way, you can still kind of dangle a carrot for the players that are really good but can't grind, right? If you're a player who's really freaking good, but you can't necessarily grind, you could still make it to Worlds on any given year by top 4ing a regional championship. And I think that's fair, right? And it's like a finite number of, even if it was like regional finalists or something, ICs, maybe top 4 IC and finals of a regional, because they already give regional winners an automatic invite. So maybe top 4 ICs get an auto invite and finals of a regional get an auto invite. I think they should extend it just like a spot further. I don't think necessarily top 8, because then you're talking like an extra 80 qualifiers or something. You're talking a lot of extra qualifiers. Though some of the people who are top 8ing regional championships are already going to have their invites from being top 100, right? So you're only really kind of additionally inviting so many other players. Thank you, Marco Spector, for that sub. Appreciate it. But yeah. Maybe finals of a regional. You make finals of a regional, you get an auto invite. You make top 4 of an IC, you get an auto invite. So that's it. It's an hour and a half rant on the invite structure. Now we've still got way more to talk about. That wasn't a whole hour and a half on the invite structure. Probably close to an hour though. If you want to hear some other takes on it, me, JW, and Riley did do the tag team podcast last night where we talked about the invite structure and rumors at length. So there's also the tag team podcast if that's something that you're interested in hearing about. Oh no, Soda King, you're way ahead of the game. The application. No. We're not even close to the application yet. Look at how many articles I have to click through, okay? So many new cards and articles. Oh my God, look at this Slowpoke. I know. What after all this, what if they announce a lower invite structure? Good God. How's the video coming along? God, it's exhausting. I hate running lines. I hate doing scripts. I hate doing video essays, but honestly, I'm excited about this one. The goat video. Got lots of cool features in the goat video. Diego Casiraga. Natalie Miller. Pablo Meza. Celio. Video is going to be sick. Trust. It's going to be hype, bro. It's going to be hype. Yo, Jose, what up? I appreciate that. Thank you. What if they announce a PTCGL only invite structure? Man. That Slowpoke is sick. Put a Pokemon from your discard pile into your hand. See, he's setting up for the... Oh, no. You have to discard the top card of your deck. Never mind. I thought it was maybe a Pokemon from your hand. Okay. Discard the top card of your deck. If it's a Pokemon without a rule box, choose one of that Pokemon's attacks and use it as this attack. This is not a good attack, but it's fun, but unfortunately not good. The artwork is really cute. I like Slowking, but yeah, no, unfortunately not very good. Special promos. Like I said, you know, TPCI is already doing special, unique promos for the professors. Look at that. Unique holo pattern. All right. Apparently, there's only like 15 of these that exist. That's kind of crazy. And apparently, there's only a handful of these that have been given out. So that's a very rare Voltorb. Thankfully, Natalie does not collect Voltorbs. She only collects Electrodes, so no worries. Oh, the AI scandal. You see they disqualified all the AI artwork from the Pokemon contest. Thank goodness. They've disqualified entrants from the 2024 Illustrator contest for violating the contest rules. While they do not specifically cite what rules have been violated, fans have accused several of the entries of using AI. Yup. And one of the artists using multiple names. Oh, 100%. Yep. Company announced it will select new artists to be among the top 300. The selections will come at a later date. That's hype. Love that. Thank you, James in Europe. The Cosmo Voltorb's going for about $2,000. Sheesh. Yeah, what if there's an Electrode coming next, though, Natalie? What if it's like, what if the Voltorb's just the only one that's been revealed so far, but Electrode's in the pipeline? What if Electrode is the world's promo? You know, for judges. You guys want to know the best Gatorade flavor? You want to know the absolute best Gatorade flavor? It's lime cucumber, baby. That's it. Thank you, Snoopy, for the sub in the 17 months. Lime cucumber. Nah, not just lime, but also with the cucumber. Yes, it's the best one. I'm a lemon lime, original fan myself, but lime cucumber is the perfect Gatorade flavor. It is so good. New hacks, I'm sorry to hear that. Blue Gatorade is the most disgusting concoction made by man. Yes, blue Gatorade is heinous. If you said a blue or a red Gatorade, you are tripping. Blue Gatorade is like instant indigestion. That's one of the worst takes you've ever heard out of me, Natalie says. Instant indigestion if I have a blue or a red Gatorade. Absolutely disgusting. Sounds like a me problem. Maybe so. All right, we got the clinks and we got the clangs, and then cling clang. Emergency spin. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in your hand and your opponent has a stage 2 Pokemon in play, you may put this Pokemon onto your bench. That's cool, but unfortunately, it's not the best attacker. Hyper Beam, 130 damage. Discard all energy from this Pokemon. 2 colorless for 130. You do get to instantly slap this sucker into play, which is cool. All that's required is that your opponent has a stage 2. It does KO Chen Pao, I guess, but I mean, it's all right. It's nothing special. In GLC, maybe, in standard for knocking out Chen Paos, I guess it's nothing special. I don't expect this card to see play. All right, I don't, if I'm being honest. It's like significantly worse than. It's significantly worse than the Luxray, I would say. Right? Think of it, it's like here, right? It's Luxray is, I'd say, the gold standard for this kind of card and only sees some amount of play. This card is much worse than Luxray, right? It's a 1 prize attacker in Dialga. Aren't you just playing Zamazenta in that spot? Yeah, I don't see it. Not the best. They're not bringing their best, folks. Gravity Stone and Talon Flame from Stellar Miracle. Oh, yeah. Did you guys see my closet? I want to show off my closet. This is what I spent all weekend doing. Renovating my closet. So excited about this. Previously, all these shelves weren't here. So I, gutted everything out of the closet and then installed these 4 shelves. I had to go to the Home Depot and get the plywood cut to size. And then I also put like a finishing trim on the edge of the plywood to make it look like nice and finished. All right. I finished all those edges with like the iron-on edging stuff. And then you have to like sand it down. Oh, yeah. Did all that. I installed these support systems for the shelves. As you can see, I had to like level all those out, drill them into the studs. Was that bought pre-finished or I finished it? The birch wood was finished. I bought birch plywood myself, but I finished the edges. I put the edges on myself. So it had unfinished edges, but I finished the edges with like the edge lining stuff. I primered the entire closet. I primered it white, gave it a fresh coat of paint. I screwed in all these supports. It's actually mad easy, I'll say. Yeah, all you have to do is like I got these, pieces of wood from Home Depot and I got them cut to size, right? And then I leveled out this like big horizontal piece, which is kind of like lives underneath the shelves. I don't think I have like you can see it right there. That long horizontal piece, all I did was get that cut to size, leveled it out, and screwed it into the studs, and then supported it with two pieces along the side, and then plopped each of the pieces of the wood in. Like I didn't even finish it. I didn't finish it. Like I could have caulked up the edges. I could have screwed the shelves down into place or whatever. But like honestly, I prefer it so that the shelves can just be popped out at any point. Like if I need to replace the shelves or whatever. I think it's much easier. There's also an attic crawl space up here. So I wanted the shelves to be able to be removed in case somebody needs to get into the attic crawl space. So I didn't like finish it. I didn't like screw the shelves down into the base plates or whatever. Because there's a attic crawl space up here. And like that way I can tear the whole closet down if I want to. And someone could get up into the crawl space if they need to. But what's cool about these shelves is that they're much wider than the previous. There were two shelves in here that were like really high previously, and then we had just like a kind of janky metal shelf. We basically had one of these. I had one of these just like in there, which functionally was like okay, but no. Lucid, there's an attic crawl space in my bedroom too, so no, I don't think I need to move all of that in order for someone to get attic access. I don't think so. There's multiple crawl spaces to the attic. But yeah, this is where all the overflow stuff goes, is on one of these metal shelves. But honestly, it's like this is in the mud room, so like it kind of looks jank, but whatever, it's in the mud room. Like this is in our living room. So I wanted it to look nicer, and I was tired of like the metal shelf kind of just being there looking gross. I like the Pokemon stuff being in the closet because that way you can kind of just like close the closet doors, and you can kind of close it up or you could keep it open, whatever the vibe is, you can I've also really grown to love these kind of like stackable binders from Dragon Shield. I'm like a big fan of those now. And these are all of our retro decks. Yeah, I think we have like 180 retro decks, and they're color coded by format. So you can see like the base set is in the clear, and then the base jungle are in these green, and the base fossil are in the brown, and then yeah. Just they're all color coded. It's kind of hype. Oh yeah, the replies on the thread. Yeah, let's go look through other people's. That's something I was really excited about. Let me see those nerd spaces. Yeah. I was excited to see everybody else posts. PTCG memes. Here we go. Whose storage solutions looks like this? Anybody? 180 decks. Yep. Keep everything in this bin in my backpack. Have the rule box Pokemon in tins and everything else organized in ETBs. Jesse says, my humble bed frame drawer holds everything I need, but I only keep cards for whatever the current standard format is, plus my couple GLC decks. Jesse runs a tight ship, brother. Tight ship. Jesse's one of the most organized people I've ever seen. I know Jesse's heart skips a beat every time he comes into my studio, because my studio, it is it's not very crispy looking these days, all right? I'm just saying, like, I'm getting a brand new studio built in the fall, so like why would I clean my studio if I'm moving studios in like 4 months? Yeah, bro, I'm gonna have to move my studio in like 4 months. Why in the world would I clean it? You know, and I've had that attitude probably since January. Yeah. New studio tour. Well, the studio's it's under construction right now, so you can't see it. But the room directly behind me is where my new studio space is going to be. And they just recently gutted everything out of it. But yeah, you know how it is, like, for all you college-age kids out there. Thank you, IRL Dino, for the sub and 12 months. I appreciate it. You know how it is, like, all right, for all the... I couldn't even do a kickflip right now, dude. There's too much mess over there. For all you college-age kids, you know, like, when the spring hits, like, and you're going to be moving out of your dorm in a few months anyway, like, you're not going to clean it. Like, you're moving out in a few months. Like, why would you clean it? Right? Like, that's just common sense. So I got, like, the same thing going on. You know, why would I clean my studio, bro? The studio is not a permanent space, so I'm going to let it go. All right, now this... Who's got a situation that looks like this? There's no shot. The floor got... Any of you guys floor pilled? Who's got Pokemon cards on the floor? They don't have to be splayed out like this, but who organizes and keeps Pokemon on the floor? The more I look at it, the more it hurts. I'm one of these people that, like... Any of you guys ever, like, hyperfixate on stuff? Natalie was, you know, this weekend, we went into this weekend and we were like, all right, we're going to clean the house. And I was like, all right, instead of cleaning the house, what if I just, like, embarked on a new project where I completely rebuilt our shelf with, like, custom shelves and reorganized just our Pokemon closet? Like, that's me, right? Like, the whole house needed cleaned. But instead of, like, cleaning the house, I only did the one hyper-specific thing that I wanted to do. That's like me to a T. Yeah. It's like, all right, this project that I really wanted to embark on is like kind of like tangent to cleaning the house. It's kind of like loosely associated with cleaning the house. Not exactly cleaning the house, but it is like kind of loosely associated to cleaning the house. And I did a really killer job of that. Okay, but here's the real. All right, so the real is that we freed up one of these though, right? So like we do have to clean the house, but we used to have one of those metal shelves in this closet, and now that I've constructed a new closet shelving system, we freed up one of these shelves that we had. So now I've got one of these shelves plus one of these shelves in the basement that now I can use for even more advanced organizing. So in a couple of weeks, that's totally happening. This looks super clean. Love that. ETBs are definitely like great collector pieces as far as sealed product goes. They just are really visually appealing. Something that makes me really upset about the way that the Pokemon Company does their booster boxes is that booster boxes are just so ugly. You can see in this photo, you can't really see it. There are like 20 booster boxes in this photo, right? They're all behind. They're all behind here. Booster boxes are just so ugly. They don't present well. Elite trainer boxes, though, they look beautiful. Okay. The booster boxes are hiding back there because they just look hideous. Like TPCI's booster boxes just don't look good. They haven't looked good ever. In fact, they just, that's not true. Well, yeah, TPCI's booster boxes have maybe like, I'm pretty sure I saw a Rocket's Return booster box, and I'm pretty sure that looked fire, actually. When did they start making booster boxes look ugly? Rocket Returns, I'm pretty sure, look glorious. Yeah, I've been looking up Pokemon stuff on my eBay account. So what? So what? Yeah, I've been looking up expensive Pokemon cards. Sue me. Yeah. One of my hobbies. Yeah, look how sick this booster box looks. Like, why do they... Lots of watched items. That's one of my hobbies. One of my hobbies is just to watch things that I can't afford. You just watch things that you can't afford and then wait for people to send you offers on them and then send them an offer for way lower. Yes. But look at that. Like, this booster box looks beautiful. This booster box looks beautiful. Like, and you're telling me they just can't do it anymore, huh? They just can't make the booster boxes look nice anymore? Why not? Now they just all look like the same. Why, bro? Why? Fire Red Leaf Green, I'm telling you, the Fire Red Leaf Green set, this set is one of my favorite freaking Pokemon sets, dude. It's so... There's hexagons? It's okay. I forgive you, bro. I forgive you for the hexagons, Fire Red Leaf Green. I forgive you, man. I forgive you. It's okay. I forgive you, hexagon booster box. God, what a great set. Perfect set. Fire Red Leaf Green. Now, I think the fact that every booster box is just like this ugly white box, like, they're all just these ugly white boxes. They all look exactly the same. The artwork only goes on this part. They've got this like ugly white thing going on. It's like the artwork should take up the whole box. And I understand that when they like fold them up, like here they made Fusion Strike what? Pink, but who cares? It's like you're not doing enough. You just are slapping another blanket color on it. They're still hideous. They're just ugly. Booster boxes used to be beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. You wouldn't proudly display that? Of course you'd proudly display that on your shelf. The Japanese booster boxes are beautiful. You see, Japanese booster box Pokemon. Yeah. The Japanese booster boxes are very pretty. You know, they always look great. They got the artwork on the whole front. Thank you, Fanatic Cyberphile, for that sub. I appreciate it. But TPCI, for some reasons, like, I don't know, best I could do is like, 2 inches of a graphic and a whole bunch of white space. Like, why? Like, why don't you make your booster boxes look like nice collectible pieces? I understand that, like, yes, the artwork, they do it so that the artwork shows when you fold them like this, right? But the booster boxes look terrible sealed. Look at that. Fire, dude. Like, look at that. They're made to be opened. Look at that. I need to get a booster box of Eevee Heroes for sure. Natalie, I need one of these for the sealed collection. Eevee Heroes booster box, $350. Come on now. And compare that to Chilling Reign. Like, bro. Heinous. Absolutely heinous. Like, gross. It looks like a knockoff in comparison. That looks like a booster box. Just saying. Yeah, need an Eevee Heroes for the collection, Natalie. Look at that. Beautiful booster box. Beautiful booster box. Heck yeah. Look at that. Beautiful booster box right there. So yeah, that is definitely a wish that I have, is that booster boxes look nicer to display. I got on that little tangent there because the one nice thing that we do have to display, and it's not even like, I'd say it's like, really, if you compare the artwork on the Elite Trainer boxes to the artwork on like the Japanese booster boxes, they really don't compare. I mean, in Japan, they have custom artwork on all the booster boxes. Here, we mostly get some clip art, right? I mean, the Elite Trainer boxes do present more nicely than the English booster boxes. That's a fact. But still, I mean, come on. Like, what if our products had nice artwork on them? Like, really nice custom artwork on them. Wouldn't that be cool? I'm just saying. That'd be kind of cool. But this setup is obviously goated. That looks great. And sometimes the clip art artwork does hit. Sometimes. But really, mostly not. Aw, yeah. Who got a nerd shelf at home? This is fired. Yeah, this couch, dude. Anybody got the plush couch set up? Anybody? Where do you guys keep your plushies? You know, I know you all have too many plushies. You got a plush wagon. That's a futon? Yeah, it's fine. The plush futon, the plush couch. Trey says, my plushies overflow from the shelves to the chair. Pretty sure I put my setup in the off-top general Discord channel. Let's see. I see. my plushies, listen, it's kind of a chaotic situation right now, but I've got my plushies are kind of like all over out there. There's shelves. They're mostly living on shelves. Some are living on the skate ramp right now. It's a chaotic scene in the Tricky Gym Studios, all right? It is. We only have enough room for so many plushies in the house. In fact, I mostly have to keep the plushies in the studio because we have way too many plushies. I cannot fit them all in the house, so they have to live here in the studio. Not to mention the oversized plushies. Like, dude, if you've got like one of the Arcanines or like the side up, like, where do you keep an oversized plushie, dude? Those things are freaking gigantic. Like the Arcanine, genuinely, I don't know where I would keep that. If the Arcanine didn't live here in the studio, I don't know where he would live. Oh yeah, these shelves look clean for sure. That's hype. I do love the, like, my kind of favorite thing. Soda King says, if you can afford a gigantic plushie, you have space to store it. Who said anything about being able to afford things? Yeah, I didn't buy the Arcanine. I kind of came into possession of the Arcanine. Yeah. I am a proud owner of the Arcanine, but I did not purchase it, okay? The Arcanine was bestowed upon me. Yes. The Arcanine was... No, it was bestowed upon me. I mean it when I say that, bro. It was... Brandon set up with the Cramorant. Let's freaking go. Love that. Who got their nerd stuff in an office? Any of you guys got their, like, anybody else got like an office nerd space combo room? That's the vibes Brandon got on. Brandon is like, I do my work and I do my play all in the same space. Yes. I guess technically that's like what my studio space is for sure. It's like, this is where I work. It is also where I have the vast majority of my Pokemon stuff. DNGI says, everyone in the meetings think my background is CGI, but it's my nerdy stuff. Yo, anybody else got like the nerd space as like your Zoom call background? That's what Riley does for his for Tag Team Podcast. He has his Pikachu shrine. His shrine of Pikachus behind him. Brendan's got his Snom Bear Walker skateboard hanging in your Zoom call background. That's cool. Man, that's freaking cool, dude. This was low-key goated. Like, dude, they got the playing table, dude. They got the play table space. That's freaking sick, man. The rest of us out here using our kitchen tables. They got the dedicated play area. Play Pokemon rules and regulations updated for Q2 2024. What does that mean, Gabe? Does that mean that doesn't mean World Championship invite structures, does it? Yeah, this is cool, honestly. Not anything in there that applies to most people. Okay. Huh. Is there anything like pertinent there that matters? Anybody do pre-reading? Anything of note? Honestly, I'm kind of envious of like the maximalist spaces. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like, I'll look at spaces like this and I'm kind of like, I wish I could live like this. This reminds me, you guys ever seen the pictures of like that famous store in Japan? That famous little store in Japan with like all the things like around the guy. I know I'm describing it terribly, but if you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. It's like he's selling electronics or something, and it's just like this little guy in the window, and then it's just like he's just surrounded by items that he's selling from his little store. Too chaotic? No, this is sick. Honestly, I just spent so much time looking at this picture. Is it a drawing or a photograph? Like a photograph. It's a person. It's like real. Let me see. Yeah, it's this guy. Yeah, Akihabara Radio Center. Let's see. Yeah, like this guy, bro. You guys ever seen this dude? That's like that's the image I feel like I usually see. Oh man. I need to yeah. See that. Like that. There's a lot of like really good images of him, but like in quick Google search, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, it's in Akihabara, which is actually I'm pretty sure we saw this guy, if he's still around, or we just saw stores that were like it. But yeah, in Akihabara in Japan. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I think it's so fun. It's like you could just look at the space forever and you're going to keep finding new things. Thank you, Tim Jong-un, for the sub and the 38 months. I appreciate that. But yeah, part of me, like, I look enviously at spaces like this. I'm like, man, dude, how freaking sick is that? Like, look at how things are piled up. Like, look how cool that is. Like, look at this corner where Like, look at this stuff. I kept looking and finding things. Like when I discovered the Game Boys here, right? And then I started thinking about, like, what if they decided they wanted to play like the Villainous game? And look how much stuff is stacked on top of the Villainous game. And look at the Yokohama playmat here. I don't know. This is hype. And look at all the plushies that are just like exploding. The plushie net, honestly, the plushie net is so sick. And the fact that the plushie net like is bursting at the seams. Yeah, honestly, this space is like so hype. I thought it was so cool. This was probably my favorite one that got posted. Yeah, easily my favorite one that got posted. I thought that this was so cool. The thing about spaces like this, they're either insanely dusty or require an insane amount of... Yeah, that is the downside, right? A lot of upkeep. Well, that's why I envy the photo, because it's just, wow. Yeah, see, now this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, the Pokemon shelves. Yeah, the play space was sick. This is cool. They've got like ETBs and tins with like matching banners. This is cool. This is like very minimalist and organized. Each drawer holds 2 800 count boxes. So yeah, they just have this like file cabinet with all their Pokemon stuff in it. This gave me anxiety because the shelves are clearly about to, like, the shelves are buckling under the weight of the cards. So that definitely gave me anxiety, but also I admire the dedication to the craft. Yes, they are trying to collect one of every English Pokemon card. And I was like, boy, you're going to have to get a stronger shelf. Yeah. For sure, cuz they are not happy right now with the weight that's on them. But yeah, definitely the dedication is real for that. I don't have that kind of dedication and organization. I could never. Oh, Ihana, their Charizard shrine. They're a huge Charizard fan. That's so cool. I love themed stuff, right? Like themed stuff is, that's so hype. That's a nice little case, and keep the dust out, right? That's pretty cool. Custom card here in the corner. Zeely's got a Mudkip shrine. Yes, Mudkip, very popular. There we go. The binder bookshelf. That's nice. Definitely, recently kind of discovered that the binders need to be up and down for sure. Stacking binders just makes them really annoying to access, but having binders kind of stacked like books, that's definitely the optimal way to store them. GLC drawer, love it. Funko Pops. The shelf. The card shelf. Yo! What the frick, Connor? When are you hosting a party? I didn't know you had a banging basement with like a projector and a bar and a pool table. Connor. Yeah, bro, when's the freaking invite, dog? I didn't realize you had a goated basement. What the heck? This is the freaking spot. This is crazy. Host a League Cup? You want to host a League Cup in your basement? I see room for a cube. This is like the dream cube basement. If you're ever waiting for a round to finish, you can knock the pool balls around. Bobby says, honestly, a bigger play space than some LGSs I've been to. Yes, that's a bar, Trey. You've had some GLC retro nights. Whew. Sheesh. Party at Connor's house. Off a shelf, looking clean. Woody. I loved this. The Pokemon games. That's freaking cool, honestly. All the boxes. And the random Mightyena EX. Oh, sick. Let's see. JR's got his. Yeah, dude. This has been like the coolest post for me because I'm like the nosiest nerd there ever was. Natalie can attest. I love, like, if I were to ever visit any of these homes, the first thing I would do is I'd say hello, and then I'd walk over to your shelf and I'd snoop around and look at all your things. That's just 2 a.m., okay? I'm walking in, I'm saying hi, and then as soon as we start idling, I'm walking over to your shelf and I'm seeing what all your little trinkets look like. Like what kind of little trinkets you got? That's cool. The Kellogg's Pokemon box. I know. I was so comfortable in Cody's house that I walked over to Cody's desk and I started just picking up deck boxes and seeing what he had inside them. I had achieved a new level of snooping at Cody's place. Yeah. I had never been so emboldened that I would actually pick up another man's things and just start leafing through them, but you know, Cody gave a real comfortable vibe in his apartment, so show probable spam. Let's see, where's JR said he just posted. Oh, here we go. Dude, look at this. This is hype. I love this. This is cool. The Stream Deck. The mic setup. Yes, dude. Yes. The play space. With the timers. He's not messing around, dude. You play tested with JR, you better not be wasting his time. Yeah, the TV up here is the timers here. JR is flipping them bad boys on every opponent he's testing with. He's like, you better not waste my time, dog. You got This is so hype. The dumbbell down here to get your pump on. Yeah, this is sick. The little playtesting table in the office is like awesome. I love the little hideaway spaces to playtest. This is like really cool to me because I don't have space for a place like that in my home, really. I don't. But JR's got it. This one They got it. I like that's so cool. Connor with his basement with like all those tables, like having a separate space that's not the kitchen table to play would be so cool. Yo, and there's more. Let's freaking go, dude. God, I love snooping around. That's hype. Yo, with the built-in shelves. See, that's cool, man. That's cool. All right, JR's office is banging for sure. Yeah, that's hype. That's a cool space right there. But yeah, I'm loving that, like, I'm loving when people got space for like a separate playtesting space. Mine's got to be the kitchen table. That's what we got. We got the kitchen table. Yep, it's the kitchen table. That's what we got. But the kitchen table, listen, who here plays cards on their kitchen table? Kitchen table gets a lot done. All right. Kitchen table. The kitchen table provides, man. Yeah. The kitchen table, she provides. The kitchen table provides for sure. The crazy thing, does anybody get themselves in a cycle that's like this, where the kitchen table is so occupied with cards that like you find yourself having TV dinners multiple nights in a row because the kitchen table's out of commission. It's always half card. So we've done that sometimes, or sometimes it's like no, we can. we could just, yeah, we're gonna carve out a space for us here. Well, our family's a little bit different because Natalie and I both work on the Pokemon cards at the same time. So they're usually both our projects. So it's a dual thing. It's not like I'm the one doing the Pokemon cards. We do the Pokemon cards. Yeah. There are Pokemon card projects that are usually taking up the kitchen table. All right, we did that. I'm still talking about, that was fun. Still talking about new cards. Yeah. Okay, cool. Gravity Stone. Let's see it. If the Pokemon this card is attached to is in the active spot, the retreat cost of both active Pokemon is a colorless more. Why? Why? Yeah. Why? And then Talonflame. If the retreat cost of your opponent's active Pokemon is 2 or more, this attack does 110 more damage. Cool. You do 220 to heavy guys, 110 to not heavy guys. All right, those are not incredible. Raging Bolt and Iron Boulder, though, these guys are pretty fun. Raging Bolt, a dragon type, big basic, single prizer. 130 hit points. Ancient Pokemon. Got an incredible artwork. Love that. Raging Thunderstorm. This attack does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy attached to this Pokemon. So if you've got 2 2 energy, that's 60 damage tonight. 3 energy, that's 90. And then does 130 damage for 3 energy. Is this just, thank you, Big Ben Team, for that sub in the 41 months. Is this just the default big basic? Probably not. Right? Because it's 3, big basic, I'm saying for Raging Bolt decks, right? Sandy Shocks is mid. Is it better than Sandy Shocks in Raging Bolt? It takes 3 energy on itself, which is like not cool. I think that Sandy Shocks is like, 90 for 1 versus 130 for 3. I think Sandy Shocks is just better. Sandy Shocks can't even KO our alts. Yeah. But this takes 3. How are you getting 3 on this thing? Well, you're gonna Sada and then attach us 2. So realistically, you're only really using the first attack. Energy switches? No. 2 turns? No. Reggie Drago. And Reggie Drago just has if you've got 3 energy on a Reggie Drago, you better be doing using Dragapult DX's attack, Phantom Dive. You better not be doing this cute little thing for 90 damage. No shot. Yeah, you just Dragapult. So, no. Standard, bad. Bad card in Standard. In Gym Leader Challenge, the amount of... It's still not great in Gym Leader Challenge, but the amount of, like, good dragon basics outside of, like, the ones you already have is, like, is so low that, like, it's worth thinking about. But I do still think that the Zygarde is just better. Yeah, Snipe 60 with Double Dragon turn 1 is, like, interesting, but I still... You have to, like, open it. It's got a fat retreat cost of 3. If you don't have the Double Dragon for it, it's just actually terrible. I think that, like, if you want this style of attack, the Zygarde is just better. Judgment Surge, 40 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each prize card your opponent has taken. Like, this guy's probably just better. Yeah, he doesn't even have 140 hit points. And I feel like these ancient Pokemon should. 140 is like where you want to be. You could play... All right, I guess you're like kind of getting to a point where if you played enough of the ancient dragons, right? If they print enough, then you could play Sada's Vitality in the Dragon GLC deck, I suppose, right? Which is interesting, at least. And then we've got Iron Boulder. And it's like... Why does Psychic just continues to eat? Psychic has everything, man. They have everything. 170 for 2 on a basic with 140 hit points. And you can use Dimension Valley to make it 1. Yeah, you could let loose into it. You could judge into it. You could just simply play cards until you match your opponent's hand size. Nah, he's so nice. Here's the crazy thing. People who say you could play Copycat into it. Yeah, that's super cool. So for GLC, obviously this card is very playable. 170 for 170, a fighting resistance, 140 hit points. Oy, oy, oy. That's quite good. In standard, all right. In standard, you're talking 170, 190 with the Future Booster Energy Capsule. With a bunch of Iron Crowns, you could hit 280. You could play it in Gardevoir, I suppose. But you're probably going to have a bigger hand size than most decks in Gardevoir. Huh. I mean, like, where is this card kind of fitting in standard? Like, what do we... Like, what's the context? What are we doing here? You know, is it a future toolbox deck? But then you've got, like... You've got, like, what, this guy who can, like, hit a decent amount of damage for 2 energy, but you still got to get 2 energy on him. So are we actually playing, like, the... Actually playing, like, the future A-spec? Yeah, it seems like a pretty all-right card with future box, but you can't play a deck that just solely relies on attacking with this guy, because then you'd have to match hand sizes like every single turn. Which is kind of... Let's see. Now, something that, man, where I need to find. What I'm looking for. Oh, yes. This was extremely cool. My GLC friends from Fortaleza in Brazil, they kept track of their Gym Leader Challenge League for the last year. I mean, 31 tournaments, so almost a year. And in Fortaleza, they say Whale Lord is a problem. That's their highest winning deck is Whale Lord. And if you look at the GLC metagame from Fortaleza in Brazil, it is 33% water winning, and 13% psychic, 12% fighting, only 10% colorless, only 6% lightning, which is and such a small sliver of grass. But yes, in Fortaleza they say that Whale Lord is way too overpowered. So it's interesting. I mean, really. I feel like different kind of pockets and different metagames and different communities kind of have different opinions and different experiences with what the most overpowered cards are in Gym Leader Challenge. And there's not really a lot of consensus amongst the reports that I get from across the, across the player base, which is fun. I mean, it means that different metas and different players have different experiences with different cards being good. I mean, like it's crazy because you've got like the Brazilians in Fortaleza saying that like Whale Lord needs to be banned, right? And then you've got like, Cardboard Warriors people for a while were saying that colorless needed to be nerfed and Snorlax needed to be banned. And then you've got people to say that Let Loose Marshadow needs to be banned. And then you've got like Ian Robb, who's like, you know, one of the top players in the game. Went to a GLC local lately, and he won with Lightning. And then you know, said won a GLC local today with Amazing Rare Raikou is dumb. Yeah, okay. And then someone said, how is that legal? Right? And it's like, well, and my response is, there's a lot of broken cards in GLC, in fact, right? But like, your experience isn't the same as there's a lot of really good cards in GLC. Some people say that Guzzlord needs to be banned, right? Right? Some people think that Snorlax needs to be banned. Some people think that Marshadow needs to be banned. Some people think that Amazing Raikou needs to be banned. But dude, you see what you're saying, though, is like all these different types have incredibly powerful cards. So what that means is that they're balanced, right? They're balanced because all the types have great cards. That's all I'm getting, right? All I'm getting from all of this is like, all right, if Cardboard Warrior says Colorless is overpowered, and Ian Robb says Lightning is overpowered, and Fortaleza says Water is overpowered, and other people say that Psychic is overpowered, well, and some people say that Guzzlord is overpowered. It's like, well, that sounds pretty healthy to me. We are going to be doing big cash Gym Leader Challenge tournaments. Yes, as part of Full Grip's tournament series that we're going to have. Absolutely. And that's, yeah, Stranglefish, I agree with you. I think my philosophy with maintaining Gym Leader Challenge format is that I never want to ban cards just based on their like inherent power level, because the power level of cards is kind of indicative of where the game designers are going with their cards. And I don't want to ever find myself at odds with the direction that the game designers are taking cards, because then our lives will be miserable and I'll be banning cards every other month as they release new powerful cards, right? So the ban list is filled with cards that prevent players from playing the game or create checkmate scenarios too quickly, cards that cheat cards into play too quickly, and cards that kind of like expedite the pace of the game and create checkmate scenarios too quickly. That's like usually, those are the kinds of cards that end up getting trimmed out of Gym Leader Challenge format, not just cards based on their attacking power level, right? Because what's become pretty clear to me is that the Pokemon Company seems pretty intent on continuing to print insanely powerful big basic Pokemon, right? Let Loose is definitely on the chopping block and a card that's being looked at, for sure. That's a card that's like definitely now in contention for being banned, but like, you know, it's something we're always looking at. The only attacker that's been banned so far in Gym Leader Challenge formats is Kyogre, right? Amazing Kyogre. And the reason why Amazing Kyogre got banned is because it was way too easy to set up checkmate situations where you just board wipe your opponent's Pokemon, right? So like 80 damage to everything. You got to imagine in Gym Leader Challenge format, doing 80 damage to everything is the equivalent to doing like 220 damage to everything in standard, right? Like every basic Pokemon that evolves, pretty much every basic Pokemon that evolves has less than 80 hit points, right? And not every deck has access to bench barrier. And even if they did, you can easily just use Shady Dealings to go get Silent Lab and skadoosh, right? So Kyogre had to go because it just was way too easy to create checkmate scenarios. Its power level, and the reason why this card was problematic in Gym Leader Challenge is because its power level was designed to exist in a Pokemon V Max format, and was not designed to exist in a non-rule box format, right? When you're doing 80 damage to Pokemon that have 320 hit points, that's fine. Right. Counter Energy also very much enables this card. Yes. And Melodic. Counter Energy and Melodic are cards that are used to power it up. But, when Kyogre is actually being played with cards that have 80 hit points, it is way too strong. So yeah, that's the only attacker that has been banned in Gym Leader Challenge format. Amazing Raikou is a card that, like, obviously, Amazing Raikou is like a card that's always being looked at in Gym Leader Challenge format, but honestly, it being in the Lightning pool just like makes it pretty balanced because Lightning doesn't have, it's just kind of one of the best cards that Lightning has going for it. Similar with like Dark, right? Like Dark is fine with Guzzlord. If Guzzlord was a colorless Pokemon, it would probably be banned. Or like if Guzzlord was a psychic Pokemon, it would probably be banned, right? It's like sometimes it just matters like what pool you're in. But yeah, Kyogre being in the water pool, like if this Kyogre was in the darkness pool, maybe it wouldn't have it needed to be banned because it would have been too hard to power up or whatever, right? But it being in the water pool just made it incredibly easy to power up, which eventually necessitated its banning. But yeah, that's what we do. We keep the format fun. We want to keep it so that, obviously, like my philosophy on running the format is that you want to ban as few and little cards as possible. You want people to have creative freedom to pretty much play what they want to play. But you want to also ensure that people are getting to sit down and play games and the games aren't ending before players have a chance to play their turns or try to execute their strategies and stuff. There can be fast and aggressive attackers. There can be stuff like that. Like that's fine because there are plenty of those and almost every type has one. So, we're not banning cards that can attack turn one. It's not like we're banning Zapdos and Hoopa and all that stuff. Gym Leader Challenge decks can attack turn one. They can also spend a couple turns setting up. I mean, you kind of have these aggro decks and you have these more setup focused decks and they exist in a healthy space together. And I think that's always kind of the goal. But also just to let the cards kind of play out how the game designers print them. You don't want to have too much of a heavy hand or else you're going to find yourself stifling, deck building and getting in the way of cards that players want to play, and also just constantly at odds with the game designers. So you don't really want to ever do that, right? As a format curator. But yeah, I think this guy is really good. TPCI loves psychic Pokemon. They love the purple cards, not TPCI. Creatures loves the purple cards. They do. They love the purple cards. Love them. All right, so I think that's it. Yeah. All right. Shall we open the application? You love this game and the friends I've made at my local card store, but I've had a big losing streak and it's making it hard to enjoy anymore. How do I stay enjoying the hobby? Jay Necko, yo, what's up? There's routine maintenance in progress right now? That's tough, Jay Necko. Every player experiences times like this, for sure. You know, there are peaks and valleys for any competitor. But for me, I would say it's, you know, get practicing. If you truly want to get better, keep practicing. Consider yourself a student of the game, right? Every game that you play isn't necessarily just so that you can win, but so that you can learn. And so long as you're continuing to learn, you should continue to improve. So it could definitely be healthy to take a break from League and just focus on practicing in the privacy of your home, or maybe invite some of your friends over to practice decks and get better and learn together, right? And things like that. Ultimately, if you said you really love the friends that you've made in the game, get together with the friends and continue testing, learning, all of that. If your only experience playing every week is at local league and you're losing, then that might mean that you need to go practice outside of league. And maybe spend some weeks doing that. Talking with your friends about how to improve and all that. Obviously, losing and being on a losing streak is tough, but there's always opportunities to improve as well. And you have to be able to take those tough times in stride in order to make it as a competitor. I can't tell you how many times I've been frustrated at the game, or been on bad streaks, been on cold streaks where, it just feels like things aren't adding up. I mean, that's just life as a competitive person. That's life as a competitor. Everybody's going to have those. Part of what separates the great competitors from the mediocre ones is how they handle those low streaks, because everybody has them. If you're able to bounce up and keep your head up and continue learning and improving, then you're going to be a stronger competitor. But if you let it get you down and defeat you, then you're going to be one of those people who quits. Oh boy. Serena.com. Oh boy. But yeah, I've certainly gone through periods like that. Oh yeah, you're cooked. You just wanted to play your funny little Serena deck? Well, what if I just wanted to take 2 prizes with Amp You Very Much? Now that I'm not competing for world championships or anything like that, all I want to do is just amp people for 2 prizes. Is that so bad? I feel like I'm stuck in this. I'm stuck in this situation where all I want to do is amp. We're just saying we're going to hit a generator for 2. That's fine. I mean, at the very worst, I could arm press if I fail everything, so that's fine. Come on. All I want to do is amp this thing. Come on, man. Why you gotta make my life hard? Okay. 2. Man. This game rocks. Heck yeah, bro. I amp the bound suites. All I want to do is amp for 2 prizes on turn 1. And it's disgusting. It's all I want to do, man. Is this so bad that I just want to play the yellow cards? All right. No thinking. It's summer, all right? It's summertime. The sun is shining. I just want to amp people for 2 prizes these days. Listen, I'm playing the TCGLive application. You think I want to play Gardevoir on the TCGLive application? Absolutely not. I know. Online GLC would be a summer game changer. I know. Man, did you see that? That was crazy. Shoo. My lightning energy zipped all over the place. Amp you very much. Thank you. I'll take my prizes. The perfect 3-turn Pokemon game. See? Why do we need any more turns than that? 3 turns. Perfect gameplay. Save the Bravery Charm for after I get hit? I guess so. I've never played against a Serena deck before, but I suppose that is what they're trying to do. It doesn't matter because I have Switch Card anyway. But I suppose. Well, I guess my Switch Card is gone. Oh, baby. All right, I'm going to go get Mew. No? All right, if I had saved the Bravery Charm, I'd just have Win because I could get Bundler and I could bundle. So actually, because if you have 40 hit points or less, I can't attack. Okay. I can bundle, but I'm about to get Icicle sold. Hugh. This is so unfair. Oh, wait. No, I'm good. I just literally, you just go get the... I can attack the other... I forgot. Yes. It's just... The only thing keeping me from attacking is going to be this Panic Mask. So unless they Panic Mask something on the bench, you just bundle for win. Yeah, I'm tripping, bro. Yeah, we just win here guaranteed. Yeah. I was like, I won't be able to attack. No, I'll be able to attack. I've literally got the bundler right here. And I got the vacuum. They're so mad right now. The perfect 3-turn game of Pokemon. Let's go. Get that Serena out of here. You're getting bundled, bro. Not a single prize card was taken on your part. That's right. The perfect Pokemon TCG deck. That's what I'm saying, bro. Why would I waste any brain cells thinking harder than that? We could just simply Iron Hands people. The most broken deck in the Pokemon TCG. I take 2 prizes every turn of the game. 3-turn games. The perfect amount of Pokemon to play. Now, I do have... All right, Jesse is coming on stream tomorrow. And we're doing Tabletop Shrouded Fable with Jesse. So I got that going on. And I got Base Fossil on Thursday. So back-to-back tabletop days coming up. Shrouded Fable tabletop testing with Jesse tomorrow. Base Fossil retro gameplay tabletop on Thursday. So that should be a lot of fun. And I'm very much looking forward to that. So I got to do some workshopping tonight and make my Shrouded Fable deck suck a little less. However, I'm going to tell you that the Ogie Dogie deck is bad. Yeah. Yeah. I got to break it to you guys. I know it's tough. I know it's sad. I know you maybe wanted the Ogie Dogie EX deck to be good. Pokemon Master Ryans, maybe so. Here's the deal with the Ogie Dogie deck. Here's the deal with it. The Ogie Dogie deck is just worse than Roaring Moon EX. Here's the deal, is that Janine accelerates 2 energy, but so does Sada's Vitality, and Sada's Vitality draws you 2 cards, and Janine does not, okay? That's just the reality of the situation. I'm not saying Roaring Moon is terrible. I'm saying that Ogie Dogie is way worse than Roaring Moon. You giving me the squawk, brother? The squawk? You're just giving me the squawk? Just like that? Just like for free? For free, man? Really? Okay, so I think I'm gonna Ultra Ball for Luminion. And Luminous Sign for Arvin. And then, like, just go from there. It seems stronger than my other options. So I like that. Just go get the Arvin. Squawk for 6? Well, Squawk for 6 doesn't guarantee anything. This, like, guarantees... And plus, if I rip This guarantees this, and I have 4 Sealstone. Like, isn't that just so good? Like, I could whiff stuff off of the Squawk for 6. I could draw into 4 energy off Squawk for 6. Now, the question is, I feel like we just take it with a Raikou. Probably. Yeah. Okay. Probably take it with the Raikou. And then, I mean, I could Luminous Sign for a Squawk if I wanted to. Or not Luminous, I could use my 4 Sealstone for a Squawk if I wanted to. Because 3 prizes in the Squawk doesn't really do anything. We're trying to go 2, 4, 6. Yeah. So I'm thinking that just commit that. I guess it doesn't matter. That was actually an incorrect commitment, but well, because I was thinking about squawking, I'm thinking about not squawking, kind of like trying to decide what I want to do. I don't mind having Mew. Mew's just like some extra draw. I'll probably just go with that. It also gets me a free retreat, which I like because my next target to power up might be the Miraidon. Dang. Okay, well, Fleetfoot. Lightning energy every time. Yeah, this is so pointless. All right. Rondo. Yeah, Fleetfoot pre-stone. Yeah, you're right. Definitely want to do that. But the Miraidon mirror does seem kind of sketchy. Since you're I mean, you're just entirely dependent on, and I can't use my abilities. This thing's probably just going to get locked here. That's kind of funny. But you are dependent very heavily on your generators. Yeah, Zard gets insane next set. Apparently, the Dragapult gets a little bit of a buff as well with the next set because of Charizard's kind of resurgence. So with Charizard resurging, Dragapult is kind of getting hot again in Japan. Okay. We just gotta get this guy. Can't use any of my abilities. All right. Sure. What do I think of Pheasantipity and Chenpao? I think that's cool. If there's times where maybe your Bibarel's getting targeted, you could just turn a Nest Ball into a +3. Yeah, why not? 100%. Seems super reasonable. This guy is annoying. Really grinding my gears, you know? How come you get the energy off generator? Unfair. Okay, so we're going to tie it up at 2-2. But I need Zapdos to hit the knockout. And I cannot hit the knockout without Zapdos. And I actually cannot draw any cards or do anything. So that's kind of hype. That's fine. All right. What gets cut for Pheasantipity? It's tough. There's no easy cuts. You could cut third Chenpao. EX. Play 2 Chenpao. Sketchy, though. I mean, any cut you make is sketchy. You could play 2 Chenpao, though. Silene, I don't know. Silene's really good. Not the hands, bro. All 4 generators. All right, all 4 generators are down. You got a boss in that hand. Yeah, Silene's so good. I mean, it's your get out of jail free card. Being able to recover anything. All right, I'm still in track to maybe win this game somehow. Okay. And then sure. Knock them out, go to 2. Now, I would like it, kind sir, if, okay, sick, you do not disrupt my hand or anything, and simply allow me to win. That would be great. Don't gust, don't disrupt, just let the dub flow. Let the dub flow through you. The third Pokestop, you have to play 3 Pokestop, I think. I think you can cut the third Chenpao, though. But if Dragapult is making a comeback, the thing is, I don't really love, with Shrouded Fable, I don't really love, Charizard, Dusknoir being like a top deck. That feels tough for Chenpao. I mean, Charizard's a great matchup for Chenpao, but does the Dusknoir make it worse? I'm worried that maybe the Dusknoir makes the matchup worse than it used to be. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, and cutting the third Chen-Pao does feel good against the other big basic decks because you don't want to start it. Yeah, Charizard's looking like it's going to be back on top. That's like the prediction anyways. That's what it's looking like. Sick. I just win. That's hype. I think my fear with Dusknoir would be like knocking out your Bibarel and disrupting your hand at the same time. That would be, you know, they can go counter catcher, Bibarel. They can go knock out Bibarel. Like, they can knock out two Bibarel at the same time. So that's kind of why Chen-Pao needs to play Pheasantipity, right? Because then if they do that, then you can go get Pheasantipity to draw cards. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Right? Because your Bibarels are going to be targeted down, which is annoying. Dusknoir build a Charizard is very good. Part of me just wants to grind up to Arceus rank with Miraidon, and then we can go back to playing silly decks. But I kind of want to just, you know, take care of the I just want to take care of the ladder, you know, so that I don't drop too low. I just want to get up to Arceus rank, and then we can start like really goofing around, you know. But we got to take care of business first. What kind of streamer am I going to be not in Arceus rank? It's ridiculous. Let me just take care of this real quick. I gotta eat my vegetables. Gotta take care of business. Gotta beat the stinky Sablezard deck. See, isn't this nice? Isn't this nice, folks? Isn't that just great? Don't you just love it when your opponent does this? You know? Oh, man. Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh! No! Give them to me! Give me this win! I deserve it! Thank you. I shouldn't just put it. It's fine. Whoop, whoop, boop. And amp you very much. Now I can arm press the Zard. True. Actually, you're right. Optimal. Because now I can arm press the Zard. So true. All right, they got a Comfy. What are we cooking over here? What you got? Listen here, Tom. I'm going to win this game in 3 turns and 3 turns only. We can either do this the easy way or the hard way. I prefer to do things the easy way. You could just scoop here and give me my ladder points. I know, now I don't need to arm press no Zard now. Now there's a Comfy in play. I can amp it very much. Jesse said, don't bring United Wings tomorrow. Dang, bro. He's a hater. I think, like, I have to get some sort of Shrouded Fable content. I think we can get some hot, fiery dubs with Charizard Dusknoir. That's no problem. So, like, we know Charizard Dusknoir, that's a deck. I can make a video on that deck. We can profile it. Great. It's just Charizard with a Dusknoir. But what else? What else? Is there anything else from Shrouded Fable worth showing off? I've already talked about how the dog is unfortunately quite bad. I could put Pecharunt in a Roaring Moon deck. Hey? We got a new card. I might just do that. Lost Box versus Drago with Kyurem. Doesn't Lost Box just get out Manaphy? I think Reggie Drago with Kyurem is certainly a strategy we want to show off for sure. Cloth with Moki. Thank you, Hot Soup, for that sub. Thank you, Big Ben team. Hot Soup. Thank you, guys. Ha! That's right, Snorlax. All right, Rotom, okay. Misfortune Sisters. All right, you shouldn't be able to flute and Misfortune Sisters at the same time. Uncool, bruh. All right. You guys want to try and knock out that Rotom? think it's got to just be the Donski. Oh, baby. Let's freaking go. Broken deck. Hey, get out of here, Rotom. Yeah. Let's freaking go. Janine and Sada's Vitality could see playing the Roaring Moon deck. Maybe. That seems fine. Kind of like as a 5th or a 6th energy accelerator in the Roaring Moon deck. That's not terrible. I think you guys want to see me give this control player the schnasty again? Just get the package. Yeah. Yeah, Maridon. Yeah. Let's freaking go. Woo! Do you see now why all I want to do this summer is play the yellow cards? All right. This is all I want to do, man. This is all I want to do this summer. It's the summer of lightning. Lightning boy summer. A third Rotom? Heroes Cape. Just Arvin for the vacuum and vacuum the stinky cape, dude. And we want to get this guy lost zoned for sure. Get rid of that thing. Okay. And then, yeah, we'll just pass. I can't attack this turn. I Photon Blastered last turn. How do you guys plan on getting me to attack this turn? Boss, Nestball, Raikou. Yeah, I would need to also switch. And then retreat. Dang, bro, you really got the backup tool on the Rotom? That's cringe. Okay. Let's do 250. Maybe I threw that turn. 2 Zapdos? No, we do not have 2 Zapdos, folks. Why would we have 2 Zapdos? It's fine. The lightning energy will come. No, there's no Raichu, folks. Airy. Sure, man. Got my nest ball. How many Pokemon tools are in our discard pile? Not enough. It's fine. We start swinging. That thing's got 250 hit points. Do we want to hit the road? No. That's fine. I'm already down my vac. I think I probably should have bossed. Arvin for Ultra Ball, right? Yeah, because they're going to invite. Yeah, because they know my hand now. We know the hand's coming up. Hands can still attack, though. I just got to get some energy on it, which is fine. Okay. So we can... Yeah, we should probably bench out at this point. I think I agree there. Yeah. Just go get Zapdos. Does it have to be Zapdos? No. Because I could always gust up something else to finish it off. It's going to be Raikou for the Force Seal Stone. We're definitely getting Raikou. I don't think that we need Zapdos. I mean, hypothetically, I could attach energies to the bear, right? And do... It's going to require way too many energy. 5 energies on the bear. Yeah, it's too many. They played 4 flute already. They did play all 4 flute. That's hilarious. But they could invite something, so I think I'll just get Raikou for now. That seems fine. And just Photon Blaster. And then we've still got a switch left, and we've got a boss left. We've got bosses left too. The Temple of Sinnoh is stuck there. So my double turbo's not working. Still counts as an energy though. Swing and a miss. We do have bundle, it's true. We have the bundler. I mean, really, I'm going to start arm pressing here. They don't have anybody. You know, it's soon. We arm press soon. And then that's going to put pressure on. And this is fine. And they got 8 cards left in deck, so they're at the bottom of their deck. Right. They're going to have a tough time. We go there. Yeah, we just hold here. 160. And we're just going to keep swinging. With Arvin and 4 Sealstone, I just got a lot of options. We're kind of chilling. We don't need to waste this Arvin. I mean, the Arvin can just get us a switch card if we want it. And it's the last Arvin in my deck, so it's probably good to hold on to. We still got generators in there. Drop the stone. I don't know that I want to drop this stone. The stone's better in the deck. They can vacuum it. Right? The stone is a get whatever you want card. Yeah, they just scooped. Nothing, bro. Nothing. You got no juice. No win con against my Insano Lightning deck. That's right. Take 3 prizes to assert dominance. Let's go. Come on, Arceus rank. Let's go, baby. I know. It took us longer than 3 turns. Not cool. Is laddering in this client supposed to be unsatisfying? I think so. Yeah, that's the way it's designed. Isn't it obvious? All right, looks like we're up against looks like we're up against Lost Box. Cool. And well, they got a Comfy off the Hisuian Heavy Ball. They're going to start selecting some flowers. Okay. Now this matchup can be bad, surprisingly, because all they have to do is send out the bear on turn 2. And if they send out the bear on turn 2, I think I just lose. Is there a way to make it so that they don't send out the bear on turn 2? Is there any way to respond to a turn 2 bear as the Miraidon deck? We have to get the charm and pray they don't have a vacuum. They play like 3 of those suckers. See, there's one right there. All right, this dude's got Colress's Experiment in hand and is ready. Yeah, let's just go thin a little bit. Put that down, put that down. Do that. Do that. 3 generators in deck. What do you say? Jesse, do you attach that lightning here, or you just say, nah, we're going double turbo? I think we say, nah, we're going double turbo. Yeah. Come on. You say, we don't even need those lightnings, bro. That's why they're in the deck. So true. All right. That's why they're here. It's kind of a weird one. Man, I don't love it. Okay, got to go for this. It's got to be for... Forest Sealstone and... Got to be just another generator, right? That's fine. Switch cart could be fine. Could. Do we want Mew? No. Yet. I think we just want the second hands, right? Like, honestly, as funny as that is. Yeah. Okay. Hi, bro. Want to just save it? We can retreat? Yeah, I think we just do that. Yeah, save that. Yeah, that's cool. I think I've played 3 generators, right? I'm so bodied. All right. I'm so ruined for sure. Yeah, no bear, dude. No bear, no bear. If they go bear, I have to go amp bundle. That's why I got the second Iron Hands. If I go, there's like, and then theoretically I could, no. Yeah, I'm bodied for sure. No, I'm not. We win. All right. Used not all my generators. We win, bro. We win. Ye of little faith. Okay, Arvin. Last generator. Bravery Charm. Oh, we don't win necessarily, but we might win. Uh-oh. We're all right, we're chilling though. We're chilling. I just have to motivate next turn. All right. Yeah, next turn, looking like a motivate angle. No, we're fine. They haven't taken a prize yet. 4 Sealstone for DT on bench hands. That, that could have been fine for sure. Either way, it was going to come down to us needing to generator to that thing, but yes. The double turbo would have felt stable. I think my thought process was that I'm thinning the deck with the Arvin for the other tool. We're still okay here, though. We all right. Everybody keep calm. Yeah, the double turbo would have been good because then I could still motivate here, and now I don't have a guaranteed way to be able to get that double turbo energy, which is minorly problematic, but it's fine. And then I can just knock the thing out with Blood Moon Ursaluna, honestly. What if we just do that? Oh, but they could switch cart. I think I need to get out Mew. I could definitely motivate for 20 and Blood Moon them, but yes, for now, we just have to hold all of this. It doesn't matter. Hold all that. Motivate. Because if they switch cart the Ursaluna, then that math doesn't check out, right? So we need to try and draw. So that I can find my double turbo. If I go Iron Bundle, double turbo, I win. Oh, there's a whole Charizard. Well, never mind on the whole Iron Bundle double turbo thing. Yes, probably the board on Raikou. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been cool. I could Fleet Foot for another card. Yes, true. Good thinking, Jack. Good thinking. All right, here comes Charizard. So, okay. We still bundle. All right. Let's go. They didn't heal. Okay. The win con is here. Oh, and I can switch cart. Yeah, that's true. The win con is here. We got to go town store. We got to go bundle. If you push bear. Oh! Okay. Now I just need an energy to win. Retreat here. Fleet-footed. Ultra Ball. Fail it. Blood Moon. Switch cart. Come on, baby. Come on. GG's, mates. Moon 'em. Got him. Let's freaking go, dude. Let's go. Fat dub for the Miraidon heads out there. They didn't see the bear. I did not have a tool in the deck to thin with store. No. I did not. I was out of tools. The motivate to fix the math was crazy. I do think Jesse's line, I think, was correct to go get the double turbo on the turn with the 4 seal stone. Yeah. That was for sure heads up, but it's fine. The drama was sick. I got switch card in my hand. We chillin'. I can't believe Motivate fixed the math there. That's hilarious. Back at it with another Lost Box matchup. Well, let's see. Got to look out for the fast bear. That is the thing to worry about, for show. If we can dodge the fast bear, hit our generators, we're golden. Pass to me. No switch cards. Let's go. Love it. Ooh, and the rescue board. Don't mind if I do. I would love to Luminous Sign, but first I'd love my Luminian to bounce all over the screen. That'd be great. Okay, here we go. We're going to Arven. 4 Sealstone is in the deck. Okay, and we are looking at an Arven. An Arven, come on. Come on, mouse. You're killing me, bro. An Arven. And we need Nest Ball, probably, and like 4 Sealstone. And then we can switch cart into this guy. I can... This is so gas. Wait. There's cool things we could do. Nest Ball. And then we can go get Miraidon and Miraidon for Raikou. Yeah, that's fine. Tandem unit for Raikou. We want to get that guy. Probably just a second hands. And then oh yeah, we could have put Raikou in the active. Yeah, that's my bad. Do that, do that. Star Alchemy. With another card of the deck. Get that. Cool. And then get rid of my own for Sealstone and Squawk. Dang, man. It's fine. Boo. Boo. Arm press, boo. Yeah, I'm kind of realizing you want to put the board on the Raikou all the time. I know. Back when I was a Miraidon head, the board didn't exist, so my brain's still not programmed to put the board on the Raikou yet. But I will become programmed to put the board on the Raikou soon. This is Gibbs' list, yes. It's okay, we're playing against Lost Tina, folks. Free matchup. I'm pretty sure. Did I see a Tina? Was that tripping? No, yeah, there's Tina. Yeah, gotta put... Gotta put the board on the Raikou. That's broken for sure. Yeah, they're gonna have to put Pokemon V down. Well, let's freaking go. Generator. There we are. Here we go. Broken deck. They don't have any, you know, Tina's in play, so I guess we're just going here. Amp you very much. Arm press to avoid Roxanne. Maybe? I feel like with the 2 energy on that Iron Hands, I feel pretty safe. Obviously, it'd be kind of tough if they were able to like counter catch a Roxanne knockout. Yeah. That'd be bad, but... Uh-oh. Here comes a bear. But it's fine. Because, I mean, I could just take 2 more... They didn't disrupt my hand unless they're playing Unfair Stamp, which would be crazy. But oh yeah, they do need to vacuum this or else that thing's not going anywhere. That's crazy. Oh, that's the ace spec. It's Prime Catcher. Fine with me, honestly. And then I think we kind of just like put down our own bear, right? And so like I'm gonna Prime Catcher the Comfy, or yeah, Prime Catcher the Comfy, and then put down my own. But the bear doesn't knock out bear. So what do I need to do to ensure victory here? I actually don't want a Prime Catcher, I want a boss. if I boss. We amp, we go to 1 prize left. Oh, that's easy. Yeah. I'm tripping. I'm like so far ahead. Yeah. So then all I have to do is kind of like ensure that I have some draw capabilities. So ideally we would want to put the Mew out. But Mew is taking a vacation, so we'll put out Radiant Greninja instead. And then I'm going to attach an energy to Raikou and basically say, like, I'll win by knocking out Sableye. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. We can conceal the double turbo. It's fine. Oh boy. Okay. And then we just save the Prime Catcher in deck for like an Arvin Prime Catcher. So like I could Raikou Arvin Prime Catcher situation. There's Mew right there. And the Sableye is guaranteed to be there. We would have liked to have put Mew down. That would have been ideal. But Mew was prized. And here comes the Roxanne. I'm looking for Boss Lightning, please. Or Arvin Lightning. I mean... Okay. We get a top deck and a fleet foot. Come on, baby. Come on. Okay, with the second lightning, that means that I can concealed card safely, which means that I can play this Ultra Ball and go for Mew, right? So we're going to do that. Okay, and then we've got Ultra Ball away these. And I get to see 4 cards. Yeah, that's pretty hype, honestly. And then we go here, restart, and Fleetfoot. That's 4 cards. Come on now. Yeah, you're toast, bud. GG's. Yes, sir. Let's go, Arceus rank, broken deck. Let's go. Broken deck. Is it not 1600? 1620? Uno mas. What the? Just scoop, come on. Just scoop me in. I'm going first. All right. Well, let's see what you got over here. How many times do I have to tell you? Okay. Okay. Sure. Just kind of hanging out. We don't want Squawkabilly in play. We don't want anybody who can't attack in play. So we want to save this Ultra Ball for like a Miraidon. That's kind of what we're getting. They're going straight for the Hero's Cape. Now the thing is, I've only got the one vacuum. Hello, Squawkabilly. Hello. Hi. Not where we want you to be, friend. But that's okay. All right, here's the dawn. It's pretty exciting. He can go down for sure. And sure, it's Fleetfoot. Nice, man. Nice. I like your style, Raikou. Let's eviscerate this Rotom. Yes. That's right. Goodbye. Just killing Rotoms. That's all we do here. Amping and blasting. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. You've already got the Squawk. The Blood Moon, I mean, I could get to attaching. Oh, yeah, you're dead. GG's, mates. Haha. You thought you could stop me. Hopefully the Luminion's in the deck. Let me check. Yes, sir. Switch cards. Yes, sir. Okay. You thought you could stop me from getting Arceus rank. That's what you thought. But you were incorrect. You were incorrect with your assumption. Mighty presumptuous of you. And now you must lose. Goodbye. Fantastic. And that's going to do it for the stream, folks. I'll be back tomorrow with some Shrouded Fable tabletop featuring Jesse Parker. Should be a lot of fun. Back to showing off World Championship potential decks. I'm going to have some new stuff updated and built. Jesse's going to have some of the best decks that he's considering for the World Championships. It'll be a good time. Thank you all so much for the stream. And make sure to check out tomorrow's stream and Thursday's stream. Back-to-back tabletop days coming up. So we've got standard Shrouded Fable testing happening tomorrow, World Championship testing, and then we've got Base Fossil Retro happening on Thursday. I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.